StreamYard's music is acting buggy. Happy Friday night. I'm all out of fucking whack. Ooh, I made it. There we go. My lord. Came home. Got off at lunch, hung out in Dago 6K. Stream today. Congratulations, Dago, again. Appreciate you, bro. Was hanging out in that, chatting with everybody, and I'm sitting at my chair here at the desk, chilling back, hanging out in Dago's show, and then all of a sudden, boom. I'll just take like an hour and a half nap, right? No. Woke up shortly before the show started, so yeah, half asleep right now. What's up? Oh, what's up? Let's say what's up to everybody. Did you guys like that? Man, they were playing music in Dago's show, and I'm so excited to do karaoke one day over at the lounge. I think it's going to be cool. And I was like, man, Chalk Baby, shout out Chalk Baby, one of my mods. She brought up the song, requested Serenity from Godsmack. I was like, man, I love that song. So I was like, you know what? I know I'm going to get the, right? I know I'm going to get the slap on the hand, but I'm like, I got to start off with some Serenity acoustic. Just acoustic. Love it. Yeah, that was good. I thought there was a whole bunch of stuff. So, what's up, everybody? That message before, I don't know why it does that. What's up, Katrina? So, Heavy Metal Rehab, what's up? So, I'll be doing traveling for a few days. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be doing some daytime streaming starting next week. So, I'll be traveling this weekend. I'm going to be doing some daytime streaming next week. So what I'm going to do, because I'm pretty sure that this Grub Truck video that I'm going to do, that I've been planning on doing, I've been nervous because I feel like I still need to like go through some stuff, fine tune it. I just got that weird urge, and when I got that weird urge, I got to follow it, because usually it's an urge for something that it's like back here. But I'm going to use one of my, maybe Monday. I'm going to be up at 9 in the freaking morning live. And I think that would be a perfect opportunity, because I wanted to do it in all of one video, and I was afraid, how in the hell am I going to fit all this in? Can't do it on a weeknight. How do I fit it in on a weekend? So since I'm going to be day streaming next week, I think Monday or Tuesday, probably Monday, it's probably going to be a 7-hour show. So I'm going to take advantage of this opportunity next week. And from beginning, that's like going into timestamps, fine-tuning timestamps, and then going from the beginning of my idea to the very end. So if it takes 9 hours, it's 9 hours. If it takes 10 hours, it's 10 hours. It doesn't matter. It's going to be done. We're going to get it done. It's crazy how much work you have to do. And honestly, it'll probably be like an hour and a half long, maybe 2 hours. So it won't be long. But I kind of wanted to fine tune the last 2 hours too, because I know there's a lot of stuff that goes on, but at the same time, I don't, because it is all a huge timestamp. The hour alone is its own timestamp, but at the same time, I want to cut that down too. So I want to chop out what really we don't. I want to have other minds up there with me. Do you think this is relevant? Is it relevant from here to here? I want to have your guys' opinion. And then whatever you think is relevant or not relevant, we'll add or keep or get rid of or whatever. I kind of want to cut those 2 hours down too. So I'm excited to do that. Get that done starting next week. What's up, Mystic Virgo? I don't know what you're talking about, GP, but okay. What's up, Crazy P? Shine. Tuesday's Child. What's up? Please hit the like if you haven't yet. Moni69. Good evening, Pam. Glad we got all that stuff fixed up. What's up, Randy? Appreciate the apology. I didn't see it until after the show was over. I appreciate that. And I apologize as well. Scout Inquirer, good evening. I don't think I was hydrated. I think because right when I woke up, I didn't even go downstairs to get a glass of water. I just went to the damn bathroom and put my fucking mouth under the sink. And I was like, yeah, I think I was dehydrated. I think that's why when I came home, I was just like, I hit that AC in my chair, turned on the massager on this thing, and was just... What's up, No Chains No More? Hope you're having a wonderful day, too. You're so awesome, No Chains. What's up, Doc Terry? Sooner Girl. Hey, y'all. NC Mountain Man 89. What's up? Wanda Life. Love that flower. And the flowers in the icon, too. The blue matches the logo. What's up, Canadian True Crime Buff? It's freaking hot, man. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yes. That will be one song I'll be doing when we do karaoke one night, because I love that Serenity song. The harmony in it, that's what I love about music the most, is harmony. When you get those back vocals or, other people. You get that harmony. I love harmony. Beatles was one of my influences. Bonjour, Strutter. Kelly Miller, I know I saw you up there earlier. Bonnie, P. Fox. I don't know. No idea. No idea. D. Smith, what's up, bro? Oh, I need to like binge watch some 24 with Kiefer Sutherland. Shout out, Kiefer. Badass actor, man. One of my faves. What's up, Afton? Rumsey. Natalie B. All you beautiful people. I love it. It's so nice, you know, even when you're not live and you go hang out somewhere and you get the love that you get in the show, it feels good. I appreciate you guys, I really do. You know, it's like all the channels we hang out with in our community, they're their own Cheers bar. Everybody knows each other's names. It's beautiful. You know? As much as technology can be a shitty thing, it can be a beautiful thing too, because it can bring all of us together. Different countries, different continents, different time zones, different agricultures, and it can bring us all together. Oh, StreamYard. Maybe I just need to pay for the frickin' upgrade. I don't know. What's up, Typically Unique? I don't even know what the upgrade is because I'm like, damn, $28 a month already is frickin' ridiculous. About a cryptic message about a stop. What? I'd have to dig through them. If you still have it, can you send it to me again so it goes to the top of my inbox? If that's cool. If not, let me know what day you sent it. That's crazy. Because that's something I need to do when we go through the Grub Truck. It's probably be Monday or Tuesday. We'll be going through it'll be that. Whatever, until it's done. Has been a YouTube fanatic for years. Her name is Emerson. Can you please say hi to her? Hi, Emerson. So a YouTube fanatic. Awesome. Well, thank you so much. Hi, Emerson. Let us know when it's Emerson's birthday, and we'll shout Emerson's birthday out too. What's up, Lulu Chu? How you doing? Thank you, Shine. I appreciate that. Yoli, yo. Also, I need to get with, and I apologize, I need to get with Yoli and Draw, and hopefully next week sometime, since I'm going to be, I won't be working next week. So next week sometime would be a great opportunity to be able to get that together too. Jules and Bean, what's up? Yes, all boy. And Kelly. Ooh, even Kelly was saying hi to Emerson. Thank you, P. Fox. I appreciate that so much. Hopefully it can land. Ooh, fingers crossed. Let us know what day it is, and we'll send all of our positive energy that way, Chalk baby. So as soon as you wake up You can feel it before you even get out of bed, and it's going to last you the whole day. Serenity from Godsmack, maybe? Or this one. This one's called Feeding the Ducks. Wow, it's hot in Seattle, too. What's up, Niners girl? What's up, Ratch? Mystic Virgo. Canadian True Crime Buff. What's up? So supportive. Janine, what's up? Yeah, for real, it's beautiful. It's like somebody told me that when I was like doing my show maybe a month and a half or something, and somebody was like, you know what? This is like the bar Cheers. You're like Sam. And then they started naming off all these people that would hang out in the show and shit. It's like, we do. It's all like we're all invested in each other in a beautiful way. And so that's great. Glorious, what's up? Hot in Vegas? Ooh, I bet. Ooh, I bet it's hot in Vegas. What's up, Chicken Nugget? Julie C, what's up from Australia? Yeah, I said hi to you. Julie C said hi. It just takes me a minute to get to my hellos. Remy, what's up? Good evening. Thank you for hopping in. You guys are. It's great. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. Yeah, right? Susan Swift, what's up from Chicago? War Eagle, what's up? What's up? So, I figured we'd just, we'll just hang out and late night it. Whatever you guys want to talk about. We got a whole bunch of stuff we can cover. A whole bunch of shit happened the last couple days. So I figured we could check it out. Let me see what's going around Twitter here in a second. I'm going to see if there's anything breaking. Let's see. Carly Russell. Ain't that some... What do you guys think about that? What do you guys think about that? Do you think that she's, the punishment fits the crime? Ooh, I'm going through my feed of breaking, and I see a funnel cake. That sounds real good. Especially with this coffee. Oh, that'd be great. What a great combo that would be. A funnel cake and coffee. I'm not seeing anything breaking. Ooh, some crime talk, though. That's right. Yeah, we'll go into that first. Let me see here. $180 a year for her Mint Mobile. What is that? Is that phone service that what's his name? Deadpool. What's his name? What's his name? Doesn't he own that? $180 a year. That's crazy. What's up, Bianca? July 16th. Okay. Oh, I think I got some power sleep from this nap. I'm telling you. I mean, I feel good now. Before, I was just run down because I was up late with Dago when we did the call out stuff on the game. That was fun. I never did make that a members only, by the way, so you can go check it out if you want. Ryan Reynolds, that's it. Yeah. Ryan Reynolds. What's up, Riley? Come on. Let's see. I got a question. Wouldn't she run? I don't know. Never did it, but obviously. I don't know about running. Maybe walk fast. $1,000 each and already out. Misdemeanor. Well, it costs more than $2,000 to have all the help, right? It costs more than $2,000. So then you got court fees. You got, that's all it costs, huh? Oh, sold it. $6,000 possible. Okay, hold on. Wasn't there hold on, because there was a child involved, right? Wasn't. What's up, Robin? Yeah, because there was a child involved, right? Wasn't it like a bunch of different agencies? I didn't even really get to cover it. I just kind of heard stuff in the background, but wasn't there like a bunch of different agencies that were out there because there was a child involved? Or I find 2,000, 6,000 is pretty cheap. I imagine that might cover a tenth of. Well, I got some videos on it. What's up, Walkie? Hey, everybody. Size 13. I've never heard that. Oh my gosh, 108 in Vegas, high 112, hot. This is crazy. She should also do community service. Wow, no kidding. I know Jules put out a video. What's up, Cheryl? I know Jules put out a video about the Carly Russell thing. I was going to check that out too. You know what? Let's go to Jules's video first. Hold on. I can get to Scott Reich after a minute because he covers a few different cases we were talking about. So let me see. Let me get to my folder. We'll get to Jules's video first. Freaking crazy. $200? So, okay, but I never even did. Okay, so the family was interviewed, right? From or did they do a press conference, or didn't the family come out and talk? Man, and I got so much on that Long Island SK too. All right, let me get this going here. And we'll open up panel 2. Let's see here. And if you want to place a call, just type in chat that you want to place a call. Because I have it on Do Not Disturb right now. But if you want to, just type in chat that you want to place a call. We'll go ahead and do that. All right, let me see here. Let's go to Jules's video first. Where is that? It's somewhere. Frickin' StreamYard. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and play this. We'll get started. I'll put the link to the panel out there in a second. And here is Jules's link. Carly Russell charged and bonded prior to last-minute Hoover PD press conference. I got that press conference too. I think it was like 20 minutes or something.
It looks like we had a last-minute press conference in the Carly Russell situation. Let's take a look. Hey guys, this is Jules with True Crime Reactions. Most of you probably watched the press conference. It only lasted for about 10-ish minutes or so. Now I'm just going to play Mr. Snazzy Suit because he gives you all of the information that you need to know about what's happening currently when it comes to any punishment that's going to come from the situation for Carly. And then I'm going to give you guys a couple of my thoughts.
Mr. Snazzy Suit.
Good afternoon.
Oh, damn, that is snazzy.
Today, Hoover police detectives obtained warrants for the arrest of Carly Russell through the Hoover Municipal Court for her actions related to faking her kidnapping and subsequently making false statements to detectives as they investigated this case.
That is
her decisions that night created panic and alarm for the citizens of our city and even across the nation as the concern grew that a kidnapper was on the loose using a small child as bait. Numerous law enforcement agencies, both local and federal, began working tirelessly not only to bring Carly home to her family, but locate a kidnapper that we know now never existed. Many private citizens volunteered their time and energy into looking for a potential kidnapping victim that we know now was never in any danger. The story opened wounds for families whose loved ones really were victims of kidnappings. I'm looking. Some of which even helped organize searches in hopes they could find Carly's alive so her family would not experience the pain and suffering that they felt when their loved ones never returned home. As we know, actions can have consequences, and that's why we're here today. This afternoon, Carly Russell, with the assistance of her attorney, turned herself into the Hoover City Jail, where she was arrested for the following charges.
What's up, Kel?
False reporting to law enforcement authorities, Class A misdemeanor, $1,000 bond. Falsely reporting an incident, a Class A misdemeanor with a $1,000 bond. Each of these charges carry up to a year in jail and potential fine of $6,000 upon conviction. Ms. Russell was released from jail after posting bond. We initially presented this case to District Attorney Lanice Washington, who agreed to handle prosecution through district court. After consulting with the Circuit Court of Jefferson County Bessemer Division, the case was referred back to municipal court for charging because the only applicable charges were misdemeanors. Judging from the amount of phone calls and emails that we've received from people all over the country, I know many are shocked and appalled that Ms. Russell is only being charged with 2 misdemeanors, despite all the panic and disruption her actions caused. Let me assure you, I too share the same frustration, but existing laws only allow the charges that were filed to be filed. I can tell you that I will be contacting our state legislatures on behalf of law enforcement in Montgomery.
Yeah, she did get
and
fired,
asking
right?
them to look at this law applied to these facts and urge them to add an enhancement to current legislation when somebody falsely reports kidnapping or another violent crime. Because of the attention this case has garnered, we've requested Attorney General Steve Marshall's office adopt this case, and they've agreed to do so. The Hoover Police Department wants to thank everyone that assisted us from the beginning and continues to assist us in this case as we work its way through the criminal justice system.
So Miss Ma'am got hit with 2 misdemeanors, and she only had to pay $200 to get out of jail. Now, they state later on that she was booked and released about an hour before the press conference. And they're supposed to be releasing the mugshot. I just wanted some accountability here. And especially after a more recent story. I know I posted about this in my community tab, but let me show you guys something real quick. In Florida on the 26th, so 2 days ago, and 13 days after all this crazy stuff with Carly Russell started, an 11-year-old in Florida was arrested after falsely reporting a friend's abduction for a YouTube challenge. Now, I don't know what kind of crap on YouTube that kid is watching. My kids are on YouTube, and they haven't told me that there's any sort of crazy challenge like that going around YouTube, and they know damn well all the details about the Carly Russell case. Okay. Now, this 11-year-old girl was like sending text messages to 911, and it was going on for like hours. And she was trying to get them to believe that her 14-year-old friend had been kidnapped. Now, this 11-year-old was put in handcuffs. Okay, put in handcuffs in her front yard and hauled away to jail. Now, this 11-year-old girl that isn't even cognitive yet, she's 11. Okay, obviously, you do have a sense of right and wrong, and there definitely should be punishment for this situation, especially with something so serious. But this 11-year-old girl was taken out of her house and arrested in her front yard. And is being charged with, yes, a misdemeanor, but with also a felony. Now, it'll be locked up into her adolescent record, and it will not follow her as an adult. Okay. But this 11-year-old who doesn't even know the seriousness of what she did is being charged with the felony outright.
And Carly
in Florida, okay, it is a different state.
Hour on 200,
but just outright, they didn't give her and her family an opportunity to like get their things in order and get an attorney and figure things out.
What's up, No Chains?
They just cuffed this little 11-year-old and hauled her off to jail. But they're letting little Miss Carly have all of this time to like get her brain together and figure out what she wants to do. Now, they were making statements about possible civil suits. At least the media was asking, and their response was that there was a lot of overtime that was paid. There was a lot of resources that were spent, and that they are trying to figure out a way for them to be getting that money that was spent on all of those resources for a fake ass situation paid back to them.
More than $2,000.
So Carly's a grown adult. I mean, her parents are probably the ones going to have to be financially backing all of this stuff because Home Chick don't have a job now. And she's not going to be able to get a job for a really, really long time because of the name that she has now given herself that the entire country is aware of. So she's going to be pretty dependent on her parents for a hot minute. Okay. That's just the reality of that situation. You know, they even mentioned the parents that have actually lost children that helped in the situation. Those parents could technically have grounds to sue her for emotional distress.
Oh, my Lord.
There's quite a few different civil suits that could come out of this on top of the criminal charges, all because she wanted the attention of a dude. At least that's the only thing that we're hearing about this entire situation as of yet, right? Because Carly has yet to come out and give any sort of statement or show any sort of remorse herself.
See, I haven't paid
over
attention
this
to
entire
this
thing.
case at all, really.
And it looks like they're not really done with the investigation either. They're going to be looking to see if there's anything else they need to be pressing charges for. Not just on Carly, but there's still a lot of questions about where she was for those 49 hours.
Right.
That's still not known to the cops. I don't know if she's even told the lawyers. We don't really know who was involved in this situation. I just wanted to see some damn accountability. because this is getting out of hand, the way that people think that they can just behave
No,
and
different
that nothing's going to
states.
happen to them.
Yeah, accountability.
I mean,
damn straight.
I know a lot of people are angry that she's not getting charged harsher, and it seems
Accountability.
like Snazzy Suit agrees. And I mean, yeah, there should technically be like a monetary value to the charges. And if X amount of resources was wasted, that should be able to determine whether it be misdemeanor or felony.
And times
I mean,
two
that's
it.
just something I'm kind of just thinking
know
about
what I
on the
mean?
top of my head. But I don't want to see this girl just like in jail forever. What she did was just stupid.
Right.
Like she's got no common sense whatsoever.
Financial.
But accountability needed to happen. It seems like it's sort of happening, even though we don't see, like I mentioned, any sort of remorse coming from her, at least not publicly. Maybe we will later. But I mean, by then, your punishment's given to you. What other option are you going to have at that point but to look remorseful? And at that point, it's like, okay, are you actually like feeling sorry for the stupid thing that you did? Or are you just sorry that you're actually being punished for it? Catch 22, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, that's the updates. I'm pretty much done with this case for now. If you guys haven't known.
You know what? And honestly, they should, it's way more than $2,000. They should figure out the total, times that shit times 2, and donate that money towards some kind of organization in that state or county or something that, for missing children. Like, donate that shit. Like, that's ridiculous. Times 2. Times 2. So I haven't been paying attention to it that much. Have you? I haven't honestly been checking. I've been saving everything. I got a whole bunch of stuff saved, but I never really like checked it out because I was so busy with everything else and and then other stuff.
Yeah, I watched it from the beginning, and I knew
what happened? Like
that she lied because there was no 2-year-old that you're going to see in the middle of the night on a highway. And all those kids, all those cars going by like that.
Yeah, that's what like when the interstate cam or whatever first came on, we watched it, and then we even watched the enhanced version and the brightened up or whatever. And it's like, okay, you see the hazards on before the car even enters the view of the camera, and then it like keeps driving, and then stops, and then nobody gets out. No, there's no backing up. There's no nothing. Like if I saw a freaking kid on the damn road or by the road, my ass is slamming on the damn brakes. I ain't taking my fucking time to slow down, and I'm getting out and I'm running. Like, and that's what was so fishy to me from the very beginning. So what do you know what happened? Like, I don't know anything other than the enhanced interstate video and that this was a hoax.
Out of the car, right? You do see her go to the back and come around to the other side.
Okay.
The door does open, and then you kind of quickly see a person herself dot into the woods, kind of. And that was it. And then we see or hear that she had like snacks with her. Like she planned all this.
Yeah. 2 meals, right? And then snacks.
But yet then we get the phone call from the Red Roof Inn.
So did the family know about this or what? What did the family know? Because
I'd like to know the same.
Oh, so nobody. Oh, so didn't somebody from the family come out and do like an interview or a statement or something?
The parents did.
What'd they say?
That they stood by their daughter, that she was kidnapped.
Oh, so they're like saying we stand by her story. We believe her.
And then they gave her 2 birthday parties, one in Atlanta and one in Alabama.
They gave her 2 birthday.
Yes.
2 birthday parties after all this took place?
Yeah, she just had a birthday. Isn't that crazy?
Okay, so it was to get attention from a guy? Is that what it, or that's just speculation? Or
I think that's speculation. Because the
So
boyfriend broke up with her
before this went down or after?
after.
Oh, after.
Mm-hmm. All I can say is she's a spoiled little brat. Her parents are enabling her, and yes, they should be charged. They should be paying back. She should be going to jail for a while. No, not years and years, but yes,
Yeah.
she should be accountable for what she had done. This is not funny.
No, it's not. Especially when it's one thing if it's you. It's another thing when you say there's a child out there.
Exactly.
Now, who knows what family could have thought that could have been their child. Oh my gosh, are they going to be found now? You don't know, like that. You're playing with people's emotions that shouldn't be played with, and that's a sick, twisted
Scared
game.
a lot of people too, because people were heightened, wondering what was going on, if there was danger, because kidnap, child. Then she tells that crazy story about the dude with the orange hair, and she was in this semi, I guess, and told this elaborate crazy story. Oh, sad, so sad.
So hold on. So BF has now taken out restraining order. She was messaging him as if it was kidnapper. Oh, so it does seem like she was, like, she knew maybe he was about to dump her ass or something. Drives a Mercedes. Yeah, it is a nice freaking car. It is a nice car. 2 birthday parties, got a $5,000 dog.
Wow.
Might get bored again and do it again. Made herself famous.
She sure did seek some attention, and she got it.
Dad just looked at the ground. Oh my gosh! You know what? The press conference was yesterday, right?
Yeah, we had one. It was earlier today.
The one with with the parents.
No,
today
with the parents was a few days ago. Yes, but today they came out and pressed charges.
Let me see. 19 minutes. The one from the parents was a few days ago.
Then we have this 11-year-old in Florida, right?
Yeah, that's crazy.
You know why she's getting a felony charge? Because they said a gun was involved.
Wow. That's, well, at least.
Friend who was 14.
So, like, why would you? I don't know. I mean, you would have to think, like, I don't know, but I guess it's like, I mean, hell, I guess it's been going on for a long time. Shit, I even know somebody that called in a freaking threat to my school just because he didn't want to fucking wake up and go to school that day. It's dumb shit. But a felony, though?
The thing is they were arresting the little girl in the yard, right? And her dad was chewing her out in front of the police officers. And, well, you're just going to have to pay for what you done, basically.
I mean, yeah, but
she's 11. I mean,
right. There's a different, like, I get the shock value. You know what I mean? But I think going down to the police station itself is enough shock value.
Mm-hmm.
To be cuffed and walked out your freaking front yard. I don't know. I think that's a stretch. I think going to the police station alone, where you're sitting down and you're actually, you're getting your picture taken and all that shit. Like, that's when it'll hit you as a kid. But
that was Jules' point. Is The 11-year-old was getting arrested in front of God and everybody.
Mhm.
Okay, she didn't get the
Not
opportunity
Carly.
to be able to turn herself like Carly. Yeah, oh yeah.
Not. Yeah. That's sad. It is a different state, though. I don't know. Hopefully, like that in that press conference that we watched on Jules's video. There is that the one from today?
Yes.
Okay. It sounds like he's they're gonna try and get some changes going from, but who knows? It takes votes, it takes politics and all that shit, and sometimes when that's involved, the right shit can't get through.
Right. It's nice to know he's going to go to legislation.
Yeah,
and get things going that way.
it still takes votes. That's the unfortunate part. I mean, shit, it's taken forever for South Carolina to even get a hate bill, Like, what the hell, yo? Because of votes. It's ridiculous. It's like, what? Like, hate exists. Hate crimes exist, So why not have a bill about it? But nope, I don't have one. We live in a society that has some very fragile people that walk a very thin line between okay and psychologically disturbed. Yes.
More prevalent now than before, it seems.
Because of COVID.
Since then,
messed a lot of people up. Yeah, I mean, even me. I went through some fucking shit from COVID myself.
Knock on wood, I didn't get it. My whole family did, but I didn't.
Oh, no, not COVID itself. The mental shit, being locked in and isolated for 2 freaking years and not seeing anybody. Because if I did and I got sick, then I lost my damn job.
I'm kind of a hermit, so it didn't really affect me that way.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm a homebody too. Like, I like chilling at home, but like, I like to go out too, Like, I like to go out and do shit too. And then you couldn't even like, nothing's worse than like when you're not allowed to do something, then you really want to go do it, So I just want to go to the damn drive-in. I want to go do this. I want to go do this. Amusement park, whatever. Nothing. Sit here by myself.
It's about control. Think how China
all by myself.
China has to live like that. They're under control.
Live in America. What have you been up to? No chains? What's been going on with you? What have you been? Huh?
Lots of researching.
Yeah?
Always researching.
Always?
Always.
Keeps your mind sharp, don't it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Knowledge is key.
Yeah. Keeps your mind sharp.
Critical thinking also.
The brain is like a muscle.
Right.
You got to keep working it.
Yeah, and then this new document dropped last night. Man, did everybody go live or what?
Where is it? Because I'm looking at it and I don't. This is like the one time I don't see it.
You haven't seen it yet?
No.
No, the one from last night where they're talking about the dismissal.
Oh yeah, we read through that last night.
Yeah, everybody was just going crazy over it last night.
No, somebody said there was a document that dropped since I've been live.
Oh, what?
Yeah, I thought that's what you were talking about.
All right, guys down there in the chat, who's saying that there's another document drop? Please cough it up.
What's up, Gemini?
Come on, cough it up.
I swear somebody said there was a document drop in chat. After I went live, I swear. She claimed her friend was kidnapped, claimed man had gun, and she was following them.
Yep.
And then you involved $5,000 dog from the defense. Yeah, that's what it was, Kitty.
So, what do you think about
it,
CJ?
What do I think about what?
The document drop, the new dismissal.
It's that poker match, like the prosecution put in their freaking paperwork. that poker game. That's what it is. It's that poker game. It's very interesting, that's for damn sure. But to say that I'm surprised, I'm not, because everything that's been coming out the last month and a half or however long it's been, because the days damn near morph together anymore anyway. Shit, I think it's a week ago and it'll be a month. I think it's a month and it's a week. But when all that shit started coming out, it's not surprising. It's kind of more leaning to what we've all thought, and we've been, trying to discuss this whole time for months now. And people were telling us we were freaking crazy. I mean, I look at especially from the prosecution, their response last night. It was almost like you need to do things this way, and you need to play by the rules, and you need to make sure that you have everything offered to us like what we're supposed to have, the way we're supposed to have it, But it's like, yo, you're the ones that are like, the defense is the ones that are having all these discovery requests. You know what I mean? It's like you're like telling the defense that they need to do it this way, and you need it this way, and it's like, but what the fuck are you doing? You're sitting there hiding shit. And somebody had came in my chat a couple days ago and was like, maybe they don't have all they can't give the defense everything they're asking for because maybe they don't have it themselves.
They don't.
Because of yeah. Was that you that said that? Somebody said it, and I was like, holy shit, that's a good idea. That's an interesting thought.
Have, and even that is questionable, is about the touch.
Right.
Transfer on the button, underneath the button, actually.
Yeah. It is. It's all been questionable since.
Because the pings, that's not going to hold up in court, I'm telling you.
Nope. What's up, Golf Inspector General? I thought about maybe I'll do that tonight. When I first read the PCA back, what was it? December 30th or something like that. It was right around the end of the year, beginning of the year. End of the year.
Pains?
I thought about
pains?
No, the PCA. When I read the PCA for the first time when it first came out, the morning he got arrested.
Right.
I thought about chilling back and watching it again just to watch it again. Because I remember even from back then, I was like, man, there's holes all over this motherfucker. Like,
and the warrant.
It's bad. Huh? Especially the pings.
Sorry about that. The warrants weren't signed. That's another reason why this is happening.
What?
Yes. They didn't do proper.
They didn't.
His arrest really should never have happened the way it did.
Okay, wait. Which warrant? Which warrant to search?
They don't have proper signatures on it. You'll have to dig them out so we can go over them so you can see for yourself.
What?
Yeah.
We
were talking about that last night.
Huh. Yeah, that shit takes time. I ain't got that. I'll trust you.
I do my research.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. I will. I'll be able to have that time one day. I just can't yet. Looking at the PCA now with new eyes is so worth it. I thought about it. I've been talking about it for a while. I might do it tonight.
It's always good to refresh.
Yeah.
To keep your memory sharp and all that.
It's like when we rewatched my Grub Truck stuff a while back, and I was listening to the shit that I was noticing back then, and I was like, oh, I forgot about that. Like, yes. It's interesting going back and listening to your old shows and then hearing the shit that you're, like scoping out at the time, and then you're scoping out something else. So it's like you got two of you working at the same time. It's cool. You guys want me to do it? I'll do it.
Yeah, it'd be nice. It's good to always go back, like I said, to the beginning, Pay attention to verbiage. And those press conferences in the beginning are very important.
Yeah, because I did. I think that's right, because I think that show, because that's when somebody woke me up at like 3 or 4 in the morning and said, somebody was arrested for Idaho. I was like, what? Shit. I got up real quick. I was half asleep, fired the live button. And then I think we were watching local news clips. They had, because we heard that the press conference was coming out. So I think I went live shortly before that. And then it was already daylight in Idaho by that point. And then we were seeing the videos of them having a cleaning truck with the tarp from the door to the truck. Then we watched the press conference. Then after the press conference, that's when we noticed the cleaning truck was shut down and gone.
That's because
And that's when we found out Ann Taylor was taking over. Then we started going through the PCA, I think. And then after the PCA, I even think we even searched up Ann Taylor in the same episode and started looking her up. And I think that's when we started realizing, like, this chick ain't playing. Because to me, or maybe that might have been the next day. But yeah, let me see. I'd have to look to see what episode that is. But I know it was like, what, December 30th? Is that the date he was arrested and they had the press conference? I think it was the 30th.
Yeah, and then he showed up in Idaho on the 2nd or 3rd of January.
But first, I'm going to go to these documents here. Thank you, SRB. I appreciate you sending them to me. Let me zoom in. Maybe too much. I don't know. Let me see. Yeah, that's too much. There we go. All right. So electronically filed 7/28/2023 at 8:23 a.m. That is this morning. And here's the link to this document if you'd like to have it. Again, thank you, SRB. I appreciate you sending that to me. Stuff definitely started at the Corner Club. I mean, back in November, we were kind of like looking into the Moose Lodge thing, and I always thought it wasn't necessarily something that had to do with the Moose Lodge. It was something that took place at Corner Club, but you didn't want to call it at the Corner Club because then you wouldn't be able to go back. So you call it on the next property over so nobody gets affected. Let me see here. In the District Court of the 2nd Judicial District of the State of Idaho, in and for the County of Latah, whatever. Notice is hereby given that Brian C. Koberger, by and through his attorney, Ann C. Taylor, public defender, will call on for hearing the below motions in the above entitled matter of 8/18/2023 at 10:30 a.m. or as soon thereafter as counsel may be heard in front of the Honorable Judge John Judge. So that is the in-person that was rescheduled from August 2nd to the 18th. Nice. Defendant's third motion to compel filed June 22nd, 2023. Defendant's second motion to stay proceedings filed July 25th, 2023. Defendant's motion to dismiss indictment on grounds of error in grand jury instructions or in the alternative remand for preliminary hearing filed July 25th, 2023. Counsel for the defendant hereby gives notice of the intent to present oral argument and or testimony in support of said motion.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Oral testimony, huh?
What? Oral argument and or testimony in support of said motion.
This is on the defense side.
Huh?
This is on the defense side.
I know. It's almost like, okay, because you know how prosecution came out with their little, you need to
Mhm.
have your alibi, da 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 da
Right.
da 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 da. They're like, you know what? Screw writing it down on a piece of paper, prosecution. How about we just go say it?
Right in
That's what it
front of you.
sounds like to me. Yeah, like, screw your paperwork, people. We're going to stand up and we're going to say it. She is on it. And that's the thing about Ann Taylor is this is her freaking shtick. Like, this is what she's about. The technicalities. Damn.
Her team, the whole team is on it.
Oh my gosh. I'm telling you right now. I need to go through my past episodes. I need to see which episodes I talked about all this MSM narrative shit that I was sucked into when I was sucked into it back then. Because those episodes are coming down. Like I have a feeling like I need to make a list. You know what I mean? No chains. So that way, if something happens, I can literally in a minute and a half just boop. There's certain things because like these are good. These episodes are good, but those ones from back then when I was listening to Banfield and Coffin Doffer and frickin' Nancy Grace and frickin' Cuomo, all these people,
Oh yeah, I can't do them.
Yeah. Right, exactly. I swear, that's what I mean. I know we all feel the same way. No guilty man getting set free and no innocent man being charged. I know we all feel the same way. That's what we are here.
But we're going to find who is behind this. Guaranteed.
Oh my gosh, we better.
We're not
We
giving
better.
that.
I hope, this is what I hope, because this is the scary part of this shit taking place right here, is the fact that school's going to be starting there again soon, and I hope that if he really didn't, if this technicality and he really didn't, then, great. But man, I hope that all this energy that the prosecution has been focusing on this whole time on BK, if it truly isn't him, I hope to God something else don't fucking happen. Because if you spent almost a damn year on your energy focused on some shit just to make some shit line up to fit something, when you could have been focusing that energy on the true person or persons, that's the shittiest part of this situation. And this case, it doesn't matter what happens, no matter what, it's going to be changing shit in the future with so many things in cases, positive and negative.
I still feel it's bigger and deeper than what we can imagine at the moment.
Oh, I'm sure. I know all those conversations, from a few months ago, and you know what I mean. I've never discounted it, but I just need more shit, But I definitely see how it when you look at all the different things. I know what you mean.
Like the puzzle pieces. We were talking about puzzle pieces.
Yeah.
Puzzle. We're talking like 30,000 pieces here.
Yep. That's why it takes us all.
Exactly.
Sure.
You hear that, people down there in the chat? It takes us all to work this, figure it out.
It does, because my puzzle piece may not fit yours, but it might fit theirs, and theirs might fit yours. So
there you go.
We all have to work together, because that's how we can figure out if they do fit or not. And then what doesn't fit after we've tried, then we know. Okay, we can toss that one to the side. That's from a different puzzle that got mixed in.
It's true.
But we know.
Okay, hon. I'm going to jump down so someone else can come on up.
Yeah, thank you so much.
With you.
Yeah, I appreciate all the hard work you do out there, for real. You do a lot of great work out in the channels. You're very supportive, and you're one of those pillars of the community. And so I just really appreciate everything you do.
And I thank you. All I want is the truth. I want factual information, and I want justice for whoever is behind all this to be held accountable on it.
All day, every day. That's why we
Amen.
do what we do. That's why we do what we do. We don't have to do this. We could talk about other shit, but we
Thank
do
you
this
for
because of
calling
that
me
reason.
up. I
Yeah,
appreciate
thank
it.
you so much.
I'm going back
Appreciate you
down
too.
into the chat.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Have a great night.
You too. Bye.
Thank you so much, lady. Appreciate you hopping up. Let's see here. Ooh, True Crime Design came out with a new video. Hold on a minute. And then I'm going to look for that show where we talked about the PCA. But if there's something else you guys want to discuss, another case you want to keep talking about Carly, just let me know. I'm going to click this True Crime Design since we were on the Idaho 4 topic. And this has to do with Grub Truck. I figured we will go ahead and check this out real quick, and I'll see if I can find that video. So, True Crime Design. Give me 1 second. Thank you so much for hopping up, No Chains. What a crazy document, man. That's what it sounds like, though. You know, they're like, you know what? No paperwork. We're just going to say it in person. How about that? Now, what are you going to say, right? True Crime Design. Or check out this video. Appreciate you so much. Do a lot of great work out in the community. And let me see here. So this has to do with the Grub Truck. We'll be doing that finally. And I'm glad that I'm going to have the opportunity to be able to do the whole show in its entirety, no matter how long it takes next week. So I apologize. We've had to wait to get to the Grub Truck. The Sigma Chi, I'm going to have to wait because I think I'm not sure when I'm going to be traveling, but I think I might be traveling when I was going to do the Sigma Chi show tomorrow night. Not sure. But even so, I might be resting in its place of that time period. So I'm going to save the Sigma Chi show for the next daytime show after we do the Grub Truck. Or I can do the Sigma Chi one first. I might put up a poll. Yeah, you know what? I'll put up a poll for that. Sigma Chi or finish the Grub Truck. It's whatever you guys want. And I'll put that out earlier. Can you read my email? Let me see here. Just got home from Glad I didn't. Oh, thank you, Sunny Days. Appreciate you. I missed somebody. Carly. So here, let me play this real quick. Hold on 1 second. Let me put that on pause because I got to find this question. And I don't want to miss anything on this video. Reviewing the corner bar. Sorry, I'm trying to find that question. About the corner bar? Katie, was it earlier in the chat? I'm at the chicken nugget comment. Okay, here we go. Is this what you were asking? Go over the corner bar, see if the drinks may have been spiked. I mean, there's just I mean, Joe did act interesting in that video. And then the comments that he was making afterwards, Thank you, Rumsey. Let me see here. No, I don't remember there being a video. I thought there just was screenshots of the corner bar. So it'd be kind of hard to tell. Now, you could look at the video of them walking to the Grub Truck, but if you're being spiked at a bar, I'd imagine it would start to be taking to effect by then. So I don't, comparing their movements might, you know what I mean? It might be skewed. But if there's some kind of video where you see the screenshot, if there's some kind of video of them walking with movements, now that'd definitely be interesting. But I don't know, it'd be hard to tell, if it was, if stuff was spiked or not. Whoops, let me go to the new comments here. Last night, someone came in and said they think they see me on YouTube. Of course, I use... Well, somebody said that somebody came in and said that the Grub Truck had me as a recommended channel or something. But I don't know. Well, they're gonna recognize me if I'm going to hang out one night with you guys. We're gonna hang out on Grub Truck and show support. What's up? Who knows? That'd be great to if we know them and they know us. That'd be a great conversation, wouldn't it? I'd be like, Grub Truckers, hop on CJ's show. Come on. Have a StreamYard feed up and have a Twitch feed up, buddy. I'll invite you to the panel. You can sit there and talk to the people at the register. We can be, you know what I mean? Let's do it. Come on, Grub Truckers, hop on the show. You're more than welcome. In fact, Grub Truckers, here's a link. All right, let's get into this true crime design video real quick here. Eyes on the targets. And I'll share this link in chat if you want to save it to your playlist. And then in the meantime, while I'm checking this out, I'm going to look for the video where I read that PCA. I don't think the employees are involved either. I don't. Just my opinion. I don't think they are. Did they have some interesting conversations the first 2 hours of the 4.5 hour Grub Truck? Yeah, crazy. But who knows? They're freaking bored. You know what I mean? You're bored. It's a cold night. Now, the chat, though. No. There's some... There's some creepers on there. And I'm sure they'd be proud that we're saying they're creepers because they're probably proud of it. It's probably their thing, Wow. Interesting. But hey, Evil CJ's coming to Grub Trucker soon, baby. We're coming to Grub Trucker soon. If let me know when they go live tonight, Chalk baby. It does, Bonnie. Let me know when you go. Let me know when they go live, Chalk baby, if you can, and we'll hit them up if I'm still on. All right. I want to go say what's up. I really do. I've been wanting to say what's up all week. I just, it's Friday. If I'm able, I want to say what's up to Grub Truck. Right? All right.
I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but she was really, I mean, you could even see in the Grub Bus video, she walked between us several times and just couldn't even walk straight. That girl was very drunk. She's actually the only one that I thought was really drunk. The only reason I knew that it was those girls was because I saw the video that said, oh, they were seen at this thing. Because I actually called the police right away and was like, hey, I think I might have information. I just need to know what was one of the girls wearing, because I remember one of them had like pink, because the one that bumped into me at Corner Club was wearing pink. But nobody called me back from the police, and I was like, okay, they're probably just swamped with information.
Yeah, this is all stuff. This is all stuff we were digging into. Again, I want to say thank you to Unravel for all the hard work that she did to help me out with that Grub Truck deep dive. All you guys in chat throwing out messages. Hey, look at this. Look at this. We're going to be doing more of that when we do the Grub Truck episode this week. And this is crazy. I just want to say shout out to Unravel. I'll throw her channel in chat. Just wait, guys. She's working on something, and I have a feeling that's why I haven't seen her tonight. She's working on something. What a great help she was and is, and I appreciate her so much too. Nice. This is a great video. I am going to save this because this has a lot of information that we will be going into when we do this Grub Truck stuff. Where is my Grub Truck playlist? Right there. Good stuff. What's up, V Slims? Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Vicky, what's up? Christina, Keister Bunny. Actually, Keister, we were already discussing that, and we already did our deep dive on it. We're going to be finishing all the final stuff up coming soon. But we spent not this week, but the week before, and a couple days at the beginning of the week, finishing it up. But what did we put in, guys? Probably, gosh, is at least 20 to 25 hours, I think, we put into the deep dive of the Grub Truck. Yeah. We felt it for a while, and then we just finally had the opportunity to do it. So thank you to the community for helping out with that too, because like I said, without you guys, without you guys, it just wouldn't have happened. And it took 20 to 25 hours. I can imagine if I was doing it by myself. You're talking probably 80, you know. So really, you guys, tremendous. I appreciate that. And this is a great video. It's got a lot of information in it too. True crime design. Thank you, Kib Kitty. I appreciate that.
I didn't notice him coming with the girls. I didn't notice him until I cracked the joke to the frat guys, because I thought it was ridiculous that it was like freezing outside and that guy was in a tank top. So I just made a joke because that's how I make friends. I don't know.
I don't know. What do you guys think? I still don't think that's Enon. Do you guys think that's Enon? Hold on. Do you guys think that's Enon? I don't think it is. And Keister, definitely join us. It's all good getting back into it. Starting next week. However long it takes. I'm going to be doing lives in the morning during the day next week. And one of them, I'm going to be doing the final product of the Grub Truck. We're going to be finishing going through all the other notes that we took, finalizing that, and then I'm going to do the project that we were all working on together for that week. So definitely hop in and help. And if there is any timestamps, anybody, if you have any timestamps of the Grub Truck and activity, hashtag TS and then put it in chat and I'll jot it down, because I'll be going through those too if I don't have it written down already, but I'm pretty sure I do. But seriously, I could have missed something too. Yeah, I don't think it is either. I don't think it's okay. I just wanted to ask you guys. And anybody that wasn't in our Grub Truck deep dive, if you haven't checked out the first 2 hours of the Grub Truck and the conversations and the Twitch feed and all that other stuff, you do have to check it out. Check out our part 1, our part 2, and our part 3. Those covered the first 2 hours. Definitely freaking crazy.
the girls were making videos and laughing, and they were trying to grab all the food. Every time food was coming out from the grub bus, they were just trying to grab it. And they thought it was funny. And it was a little funny, but they were trying to grab all the food that was coming out. I told the guy, I said, they're leaving, bro. And then because they called my number, when I went up and I talked to the guy at the grub bus, I said, did you just give them food? Because he just said, here you go, like that, and gave them food, and then they ran off. I actually told the grub bus, I was like, that was really nice of you. He's like, yeah, they just need to, they need to get home. And I was like, yeah. I didn't have a bad vibe from the guy that people were dragging through the mud. I don't know if he did it or not. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, I could speak to the vibe I got from him, which was all people really wanted to know at first anyways. And I thought he was fine.
Yeah, the handoff. Right. Right. What a video. What a video. Whoa. What a freaking video. That was a video. Look like what? The duck lips? Yeah, when does Grub Truck go live? Okay, so this is the episode. I wonder if it might be a members only. Let me see. No, I do not think it's a members only. So it might be, it might not be. Not sure. Here's the link for it if you want. This is where, thank you again to the mods and Kib Kitty for finding this. Appreciate it. Okay, so when it comes to the upcoming shows here, with all the so last week, if you look like what looks like Joe taking a picture from the other camera, you can see. I don't know. I have to dig into. I am going to dig into more of it though. Here, let me get rid of this. That was a great video. What a video. But when it comes to these shows, so I was having a few different car issues last week. Okay. And so I was planning on doing the Sigma Chi members only tomorrow night. But what I'm going to be doing is I'm either going to be traveling at that time, or I'm either going to be resting, probably. I'm not sure which. So I'm going to now, because I wasn't going to have next week available to do this, but I am going to have next week available to do this now, and I'm going to be on at 9 in the morning Eastern during the week. I'm going to be doing day shows, so because I'm not able, I'm still probably going to be, if I do travel, I am going to go live at different points from the car just to say what's up, chat with everybody. If people want to say what's up, more than welcome. I don't know if I'm going to be doing it on my lounge channel or if I'm just going to be saying what's up on here, but it would be cool to talk about true crime on a live where I am traveling. So I'm going to be really trying to get all this car stuff squared up. You know what I mean? So I'm going to get that done, do some traveling, and also do some day lives next week. So next week, starting Monday or Tuesday, I'm either going to be, and I'm going to put a poll up, and I'll let you guys decide if you want to do Sigma Chi episode, or I can even do that later at night and have that as the members only later at night. I might do that. Stream during the day. It probably won't be the same time or the same day as the Grub Truck, because the Grub Truck is probably going to take like 7 hours. I'm guessing it could take longer. So I don't know about doing a night stream on that night, but I do plan on doing day shows and some night shows where I'm hanging out at night. Double shows too. So definitely got those coming. But I'm going to end up doing the Sigma Chi and finishing the Grub Truck stuff starting next week. So that's what's up with those. Let me see if there's any more questions. 6:15 in Seattle. No change. Yeah, there's a lot of suspicious stuff going on. So they open 10 to 2 or 2:30, but I think it was midnight. Okay, so 10 o'clock. Is it Pacific or Mountain over there? It's Pacific, right? So Pacific, 10 p.m. would be midnight here. Okay. So this is the episode where I read the PCA. Let me see which ones. Yeah, we'll just. So keep in mind, I'm only like, let me see. I always get embarrassed when I watch old episodes. I'm only a month and a half into my show. A month and a half, month to 2 weeks into my show. So just keep in mind, okay? when it comes to I don't know. I think I had this microphone on this show. I'm not sure though. But just keep in mind, not only when it comes to information, but also when it comes to hold on, when was the date of this? Let me see. So I think this was a different read through. Because this is January 5th. Hold on. It was December 30th. What's up, American Princess? It was December 30th, right? When he was arrested. It was the 30th, I thought. Let me see. Let's see, 68. Let me check something here real quick. Because it might, I was horrible at titles back then. So it might have not been in the, yeah, it might not have been in the title is what I'm thinking. Because I was pretty bad at titles back then. I didn't know what the hell I was doing. All I knew is just to hit live talk and a microphone, have a camera. And let's talk about it. Let me see. It was like a midday show, I thought. Let me see. January 2nd. No. So let me see. Midday updates. So this is January 1st. Hold on. Okay, there's New Year's Eve. So it would be episode 60. Midday stream, episode 60. I bet that's it. Let's see. December 30th. December 30th. Okay. All right, let me see here. And this is a members only. So if you're a member, you'll be able to see this one. The other one's not. The other PCA is not a members only. This one is a members only. I think we did the PCA. Let me check though, but I'm pretty sure. Oh, my music's so loud. Hold on. We didn't? Hold on. Oh, we just started looking him up. Wait, what did we dig into this? Hold on. It's showing BK's apartment, Grub Truck. Press conference. right, let me see if we got any other news organizations. Yeah, if you have a Fox News or any national news station that
Yep,
but
sorry.
yeah, that's how he started, I think, and that's how he became on News Nation. It started. All right.
Breaking news, it's opening.
To Latah County to be extradited as.
All right, I'm going to go on a delay here just to respect.
Kohberger, we believe, will be in a court.
And that's just for the extradition.
So we're on a
right.
30
It's not an
second
arraignment
delay.
or anything because it'd have to be brought back here for an arraignment.
Oh, what's up,
and be
Aussie Jen? I miss you.
As they say, Idaho to Latah County to face those formal charges. Again, there's no murder charge, correct, or murder charges.
Yeah, that's the episode I'm gonna get to next year. I'm gonna watch this for a second. This is interesting. And then Kib Kitty, thank you for giving me that episode. That is the January 5th. Yeah, we'll get into that too. This is the day he was arrested here.
Against him at this point, he was picked up on a warrant.
Hello, Christy. Thank you for hopping in.
In connection with the case, of course, but that's he's being held on right now.
And we know that this morning, 12:30 here being on Friday, there was the extradition case filed as well as a bail hearing that was scheduled. Again, that'll be coming up on Tuesday.
What a creepy picture.
Back to Idaho and what that situation will look
See
like.
what I mean? I was
sure it's possible we learn more during.
I'm sitting there like, what a creepy picture.
And
when you're looking at that picture, doesn't he look fit as fuck? Like he could pull that shit off by himself?
Conference, of course, we're going to hear from the Moscow Police Department. We are also expecting to hear from the Latah County prosecutor, so they may have some more insight in terms of the legal steps here. But to be very clear, this is where the investigation gets very intricate and the process gets very slow. You have to go through these processes, whether you like it or not, and there are legal processes and civil liberties that a defendant or somebody accused of something has.
I'm not sure, Aussie Jen. Like, I credit the shit out of everybody that I use, so I don't know how it all works.
The trial will be held. Latah County is not a very heavily populated county, although the University of Idaho is there. So, and we'll get to that. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But we expect to learn more about how maybe they tracked him down in Pennsylvania.
And it'll be interesting too, because that white Hyundai Elantra is one of the real big pieces of evidence that investigators had put out for several weeks. And it was really one of the first big things that they reached out to the public with, other than if you have any information. They say, here's this car we're looking for. If you have any information, please send it to us. And this is the stock image of that white Hyundai Elantra that was being pushed out on social media in newscasts from coast to coast, hoping to find something. I know there was excitement last week because there was belief that maybe it had been found over in Oregon. That did not be the case.
Sorry, this is my music from the show.
We know investigators were on some type of trail because this white Hyundai Elantra that they were looking for, again, was found at this property in Pennsylvania. So it's interesting to hear from investigators about why they're able to link this vehicle, what they were searching for. Again, though, Doug, you get the impression here, investigators knew who they were looking for, and they just needed to track them down. We're looking at video right now from Pennsylvania. This is the neighborhood where the Pennsylvania State Police and local investigators there reportedly made it early this morning or late last night, depending on the time zone. We know that there has been some reporters on the ground from some other NBC News stations. They've been asking people of the neighborhood, did you know this guy? Do you know anything about this guy? We haven't really heard any first-person testimony from any of the neighbors that would say one way or another. But it is interesting to find, the situation coast to coast here.
Yeah, and I mean, really around the globe, too. I mean, this is one of those stories.
Christy B, this is the gentleman that was arrested this morning at 3 a.m. for the crimes. Brian
StreamYard bugging.
Kohberger, and
You can hear it.
picture.
You can hear it. That's the show, StreamYard. Back then, it was bugging.
As well, following our coverage at 4 and 5.
And I know the bottom line here today for the families of the victims is going to be justice. And I think there was concerns from the families themselves as well as the community about who was out there, who did this, why did they do this? We don't know these things. Well, now we're going to start to get some more answers. Now, we've heard from University of Idaho students and people living in the Moscow area about how they felt unsafe, how they started walking in pairs, how their doors were locked. And while this arrest probably will make some feel better, this is still a situation that has very seriously injured the Moscow community. This is a tragic situation that has impacted the state of Idaho, the University of Idaho, really a lot of people here. So we are getting to the news conference right now. Let's send it up to Moscow City Hall.
Detectives arrested 28-year-old.
That's a good question,
Brian
Aussie.
Christopher Kohberger in Albright.
All right, here we go. Let's hear what I said back then.
Of Ethan, Zana, Madison, and Kaylee. I want to personally thank these agencies for their assistance.
Oh, my music was loud back then.
Kohlberger resides in Pullman, Washington, and is a graduate student at Washington State University. We will provide as much information as we can about the extradition to Idaho and the criminal process.
Go ahead and
However,
send it to me, don't die.
Due to Idaho state law, we are limited in what information we can release today until Kohlberger has his initial appearance in Idaho court. I want to express my appreciation to our local community, the people of Idaho, and those throughout our nation who provided information to help us investigate these murders has been very impressive. We've received over 19,000 tips, and we've conducted over 300 interviews. To recap this case, on the evening of November 12th, Kaylee and Madison arrived home at about 1:56 a.m. after visiting a local bar and street food vendor. Ethan and Zana were at the Sigma Chi house before arriving home around 1:45 a.m. Two servants had also been in the community but returned around 1 a.m. On the morning of November 13th, a 911 call was made at 11:58 a.m. reporting an unconscious person at the residence. The call came from inside the home from one of the surviving roommates' cell phones. Moscow police responded and found 2 victims on the 2nd floor and 2 victims on the 3rd floor. On November 17th, autopsies were conducted and the Latah County coroner confirmed the identity of the 4 victims. Cause and manner of death was homicide by stabbing. Some had defensive wounds, and each had been stabbed multiple times. These murders have shaken our community, and no arrest will ever bring back these young students. However, we do believe justice will be found through the criminal process. This was a very complex and extensive case. We had developed a clear picture over time, and we stand assured that the work is not done. But be assured the work is not done. This is just started. Since November, we have remained laser focused on pursuing every lead in our pursuit of justice for the victims and their families. I recognize the frustration with the lack of information that's been released. However, providing any details in this criminal investigation might have tainted the upcoming criminal prosecution or alerted the suspect of our progress. We will continue to provide as much information as we can as the process moves forward. Today, I want to specifically thank our dedicated Moscow Police Department detectives, patrol officers, the Idaho State detectives, the Idaho State troopers, and their crime lab technicians and scientists, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation for the resources and personnel to conduct this massive investigation.
Thank you, Draw, for the $9.99 super chat. Appreciate that. Fry really seems to be reading a script. I wonder if was under duress in the puppet led by a puppeteer with power, money, and yeah. The group. And man, I would like to rewatch this press conference sometime in full screen, not this version that I watched back then. But hey, I was learning. I still learn today, tomorrow, and the next. Always will. I appreciate you guys so much. And we'll be getting to the PCA read through here back when I read it on the 5th. Thank you again, mods, for that, Kib Kitty. And we'll get to that here in a second.
It was the dedication of them and the persistence and the numerous hours that led to an arrest. Fortunately, these highly skilled people worked together as a cohesive team to solve this case. I also want to thank our community and the nation Over the past 6 weeks, I've been continually reminded of how much our community cares. Locally, public support has been exceptional with kind words, food for investigators, and letters of support. You will never know how much your words of encouragement help us through these trying times. I appreciate each of you and each of your kindness. Agencies and individuals from across the nation have reached out to us to express their support to this department. I'm reminded how our Moscow community, our families, and the nation has been impacted by this daily. Finally, I do want to thank our media partners for the help. You kept this in the news, you helped us with tips, you kept things going, and we truly appreciate that. And you are the product of those 19,000 tips that we received, which is an impressive number.
What's up,
like
Jessica?
To, invite Bill Thompson, the county prosecutor, up at this time.
Yeah, let's hear this guy. Man, this is crazy. Good
afternoon, folks. My name is Bill Thompson. I'm the Latah County prosecutor. And it's sad to be here, but happy to be here at the same time. As Chief Fry indicated, a criminal complaint was filed yesterday here in Latah County.
Wow.
Charging the defendant, Mr. Kohlberger, with 4 counts of first-degree murder. In addition to...
It's like I kind of remember, but I kind of don't. This is December 30th, everybody. Great job, everyone, hands down. But oh, thank you so much. That's right. You should hop up on panels sometime, Brandywine, if you're ever comfy. I'm going to be listening to the read-through here of the PCA in a few. I want to hear. I had Just to Serve Daily on that episode. She joined in. Also, I think Kib Kitty's in there as well at certain points. I'm interested to hear what we say after.
To felony burglary, which involves entering the residence with the intent to commit the crime of murder. Mr. Kohlberger, and let me preface, there's a pending case now in court, and I and my office and the investigators have to live with the restrictions that our Supreme Court places on pretrial publicity. That said, I promise you we will share with you through the court process or otherwise whatever we are allowed to. I just appreciate your patience on that. The factual basis for the charges are summarized in what's called a probable cause affidavit that is on file with the court. According to the rules of the Idaho Supreme Court, that is sealed until Mr. Kohlberger is physically back in Latah County and has been served with the Idaho arrest warrant. At that time,
University of Idaho president in the background there.
We expect that affidavit will be available to you so you can share the true facts with all of your readers and your watchers and your listeners and all the people who are interested and really need to know what's going on. So please have patience with us on that. We hope to get that to you as soon as we can. As far as Mr. Kohlberger, I can share with you that he is a graduate student at Washington State University and has an apartment residence over at Pullman. He has had an initial appearance in front of a judge in Pennsylvania. He is being held without bond, and the warrant from our magistrate judge here also provides for no bond. We understand that he's scheduled to be back in court in Pennsylvania next Tuesday afternoon, and that a public defender has been appointed for him there. The process at this point is, since he was arrested in another state, he has the opportunity to either waive extradition and return voluntarily to the state of Idaho, or if he prefers not to waive extradition, then we will initiate extradition proceedings through our governor's office. If we do that, it can take a while for him to get here. So again, I'm asking for your patience and understand that's just the way the system works. Once he gets here,
okay.
He'll have an initial appearance with our magistrate.
What a pause.
They'll deal with issues such as making sure counselors, competent counselors represent
what a
him
pause.
in case we schedule further hearings. Your primary source of factual information is going to be the court record. because that's what the Supreme Court says we need to refer you to. So please pay attention to what's going on in court.
Yeah, the
and
beard,
have
it's
people
like
there
perfect
to
for
watch
it,
and
right?
hear what's being said. As an attorney, myself and my office, we are limited on what we are allowed by the courts.
I'm
to
sure
say
they
outside of the
all know
courtroom.
each other, no
So please
chains.
just work with us.
You know what I mean? It's all connected.
Finally, as the chief indicated,
This
is not the end.
it's the group. There's different tiers of each, and it's the house of cards. They protect one another because if one of them fall, then they all fucking fall. You know what I mean?
End of this investigation. In fact, this is a new beginning. You all now know the name of the person who has been charged with these offenses. Please get that information out there. Please ask the public, anyone who knows about this individual, to come forward, call the tip line, report anything you know about him to help the investigators and eventually our office and the court system understand fully everything there is to know about not only the individual, but what happened and why. Next, I'll introduce Colonel Ked Wells from the Idaho State Police. Thank you.
We'll be going into Sigma Chi.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Kedrick.
We'll be going into Sigma Chi next Tuesday or Monday. I'm putting a poll out Saturday. I'll put a poll out tomorrow, and then you guys will have it up for a couple days, and then Monday morning I'll wake up Monday morning, I'll take a look at the poll, and whatever the poll decides is what we are going to go into that morning. So look for that poll coming out tomorrow. Like I said, I'll leave it up for 2 days this time instead of 2 hours. I'll leave it up for 2 days. We're going to be going through it, and during this week, I'm going to be daytime streaming, 9 a.m. Eastern. I'll be live, so look for me.
Wills. I serve as a director of the Idaho State Police and certainly want to express our appreciation for your attendance here today. These tragic murders took 4 young, vibrant lives from our community. Nothing we do can bring them back. The only thing that we can do in law enforcement to honor their memories that we know of is to bring this to a successful conclusion. This has been a very difficult time for the families, the university, the community, and the state of Idaho. However, it is also proven
What's up,
that
Midnight
communities
Ray?
come together in tough times. Certainly appreciate the support of the local community and our national audience that has been following us as we've worked. Our investigators have.
And that's why we're doing what we're doing, because it's for the justice. Because it's not just, listen, if it's a narrative and it's somebody that didn't commit this crime, that is not justice for these victims, everybody. It's not. It's worse than no justice at all. It's worse. And that's what all these small communities, these cases, that's what it is. It's freaking houses of cards. But this is a new fucking era. People, you don't need to rely on News Nation that has a boardroom above their head wanting 4 to 8% growth every quarter no matter what. So they gotta spin shit. So now that we don't have somebody up above us telling us that 4% to 8% growth no matter what, guess what? We don't have to do shit like that. So now when we don't have to do shit like that, we can focus on the shit that don't make sense, that should be talked about. So then maybe in the future, this shit'll stop eventually. But this shit need, like, the truth, right? No chains, the truth. The truth.
That will help us to a conclusion of this proceeding. I'd like to express our appreciation on behalf of the Idaho State Police to Chief Fry, his leadership, and the entire Moscow Police Department for the way that they handled this from the very beginning. He directed the right people to the right positions that led us to this conclusion today. I've had the utmost confidence in this investigation and in Chief Fry, as well as in Mr. Bill Thompson and the Latah County Prosecutor's Office, who've been a great partner throughout this. Nothing has deterred the commitment of the investigators who've worked on this case, regardless of the organization they represent. It's been very trying and very difficult, as you know, that it has been on those investigators as they do the tedious work that they're so good at doing. The partnerships is what's led here as well. The partnerships between Moscow Police Department, I'd like to express our appreciation with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, specifically the special agent in charge out of the Salt Lake City Division, Dennis Rice, and also the work that happened in the last 24 hours in Pennsylvania with the arrest with the Pennsylvania State Police and Colonel Evanchik with the Pennsylvania State Police. We appreciate what they've done across the nation to help us as well. As Bill shared, this investigation is far from over. In fact, I appreciate what he shared, that this is not an ending, but rather a new beginning. The difference now is, as he shared, that we are dictated what information we can share by the court process and by laws in our state of Idaho. And so we will share, as he shared, Mr. Thompson is absolutely committed to share everything he can share through the court process. We've got to make sure that we don't get in front of that process. And we really deeply appreciate everybody's support here. The relationships that were forged here and the partnerships that were forged have led to this. And based on that is why we're here today. And we continue to believe that the best way we can honor these 4 lives that
shout outs
is to make sure that we have a successful outcome here. One of the partnerships that's been forged throughout this is a partnership with the University of Idaho. And on that, I'd like to introduce the president of the University of Idaho, Mr. Scott Green.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Scott Green, President of the University of Idaho. Today's news and arrest is a welcome one. It's relief to our university, our community, and our extended Vandal family. The outpouring of support over the past 6 weeks helped sustain us during the most trying time. It provided the strength that helped us navigate the international scrutiny visited on our students and employees. We are truly thankful for the compassion and acts of kindness shown to our community. Kindness is contagious, and it provided the light that reclaimed ground lost to evil and darkness. We first want to acknowledge and thank Governor Little for the early promise of financial support that enabled the university to secure our campus and focus on helping our students and our employees in the wake of the crimes. We also appreciate the Idaho State Police and the highly visible security presence that brought comfort and calm to a community shocked and confused by the senseless crimes. We never lost faith that this case would be solved and are grateful for the hard work of the Moscow Police Department and their law enforcement partners.
Trust me,
Vast
baby.
and committed FBI resources brought important expertise to this complex case.
Some of the truest
Across
words
the
ever
board,
spoke.
Dedicated, highly competent personnel worked this case to arrest. This crime has nevertheless left a mark on our university, our community, and our state. While we cannot bring back Maddie, Kaylee, Zana, and Ethan, we can thoughtfully and purposefully carry their legacy forward in the work that we do. Our students come first, and that was proven each and every day of this investigation. We are committed to safely delivering the college town atmosphere, campus experience, and high-touch quality education for which the University of Idaho is known. With time, we will heal. We will move forward together, and we will remain Vandal strong. With that, I'd like to turn it back over to Chief Fry.
So now we will open the floor to.
Give me 1 second. StreamYard just did something. 1 second. I got to refresh. I'll be right back.
And we really deeply appreciate everybody's support here. The relationships that were forged here and the partnerships that were forged have led to this. And based on that is why we're here today. And we continue to believe
Sorry about
that
that.
the best way we can honor these 4 lives that have been taken is to make sure that we have a successful outcome here. One of the partnerships that's been forged throughout this is a partnership with the University of Idaho. And on that, I'd like to introduce the president of the University of Idaho, Mr. Scott Green.
Yep, the enrollment 100 Peaches.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Scott Green, President, University of Idaho. Today's news on arrest is a welcome one. It's relief.
Katrina, it's interesting when you look into the house and the names and like that, what you just said there, who grew up there. Yeah, it's all pretty interesting.
To our university, our community, and our extended Vandal family.
And that's the beautiful thing about going live during the daytime next week is I can have 8-hour shows. I don't have to be done after 3 or 4 hours. I can have shows that can take however long it takes. So get prepared. I'm coming next week.
Of support over the past 6 weeks helped sustain us during the most trying time. It provided the strength that helped us navigate the international scrutiny visited on our students and employees. We are truly thankful for the compassion and acts of kindness shown to our community. Kindness is contagious.
You too, Jennifer. Thank you.
Light that reclaimed ground lost to evil and darkness. We first want to acknowledge and thank Governor Little for the early promise of financial support that enabled the university to secure our campus and focus on helping our students and our employees in the wake of the crimes. We also appreciate the Idaho State Police and the highly visible security presence that brought comfort and calm to a community shocked and confused by the senseless crimes. We never lost faith that this case would be solved and are grateful for the hard work of the Moscow Police Department and their law enforcement partners. Vast and committed FBI resources brought important expertise to this complex case. Across the board, dedicated, highly competent personnel worked this case to arrest. This crime has nevertheless left a mark on our university, our community, and our state. While we cannot bring back Maddie, Kaylee, Zaina, and Ethan, we can thoughtfully and purposefully carry their legacy forward in the work that we do. Our students come first, and that was proven each and every day of this investigation. We are committed to safely delivering the college town atmosphere, campus experience, and high-touch quality education for which the University of Idaho is known. With time, we will heal. We will move forward together, and we will remain Vandal strong. With that, I'd like to turn it back over to Chief Fry.
So now we will open the floor to questions. However, I want to remind everyone, as Prosecutor Bill Thompson explained, any factual information regarding the arrest of Kohlberger is currently sealed per Idaho law and will not be released until he has appeared in an Idaho court. Please formulate your questions accordingly. I recognize there are a lot of questions, and I will try to answer as many of them as I can.
Lauren Patterson, Northwest Public Broadcasting, Spokane Public Radio. I realize the records are sealed. I guess I'm not too familiar with how it works, but can you tell us what tip, what lead, what piece of evidence really led you all the way from Idaho to the suspect in Pennsylvania?
As I've said in the past, that's part of our investigation, and we won't be releasing that this time. We will have those answers. We'll have them as soon as we can make those available to you.
Then a quick follow-up and a two-parter. Is our community safe, or is law enforcement still on the search for other suspects who might be involved in this attack?
What I can tell you is we have an individual in custody who committed these horrible crimes, and I do believe our community is safe, but we still need to be vigilant, right? We still have talked about this in the past. We always need to be aware of our surroundings and make sure that we're aware of what's going on.
Hi, Chief. How soon into the investigation did police and law enforcement begin to spot Mr. Koberger as a potential suspect? And a follow-up, how many tips, if you can say, were specifically related to Mr. Koberger?
To the tip part, honestly, I can't answer that question, so I'm not even going to speculate on that. On the other part,
What's up, Lisa?
part of our investigation, and it will come out. I'd like the mic to please come right over here.
Thank you. Dana Griffin with NBC News. Can you confirm that Koberger asked whether or not anyone else had been arrested when he was in custody?
I cannot confirm that, or I'm not sure of that information, but that would still be a part of our investigation.
Did CODIS initially return any hits on this guy?
That's still part of our investigation. That will come out. If we could get somebody over here, please.
And then one final question. Is there any message to the online sleuths who slandered and harassed people who they believed were responsible?
There was a lot of speculation going on, and we've always said from the very beginning that we're the official message that comes out, and to pay attention to what we're putting out there to the press.
I'm Nancy Liu with News Nation, and we were over at the house this morning, and you told us that the remediation would begin today. It was suddenly stopped. Can you tell us why?
Yes. The house cleanup has been halted, and that came by a legal request from the court.
Christina Corbin, Fox News. Chief, have you identified a motive?
Why were they even there in the first place?
That's part of the investigation, and that will
Exactly.
as we continue the investigation. But what we still
I don't
ask
know.
is
You know
for
what I mean?
people to continually send us things in the tip line. We are still looking for more information. We're still trying to build that picture, just like we have stated all along. We're putting all the pieces together, and that will help.
Chief Veronica Miracle with CNN. Any indication that the suspect knew the victims?
That's part of the investigation as well. It won't be something that will come out at this point in time, but as we continue the investigation and as this case goes to trial, that will be brought forth.
Have you spoken to the families? Can you tell us what they've told you today?
Are you talking to victims' families? Yeah, we have reached out to the victim's family as we always do. We've done that daily, and we've continued with that.
Nate Sanford, you mentioned earlier that you're still seeking tips about Brian and that people should still share whatever information they have. Can you speak at all about what specifically people should be reaching out for, like if they know something?
I would say anything and everything. As we've said all along, we know what tips we're looking for. We will take those tips and we will have professionals look at those and decide which pieces of those we need to use for our case. So we ask that everybody would do that.
Angela Palermo, Idaho Statesman. Your department and other investigators on the case took a lot of flack for keeping information close to your chest. Are you glad that you did that, and were you worried about tipping the suspect off?
I'll 100% stand behind the way that we handled this investigation. And this all started from day one with our patrol officers arriving on scene, locking down the scene, us calling in the Idaho State Police,
it started with you calling it a murder suit. Side first, whatever, dude.
Case
Sorry.
very tight. We want to have a situation where
That's interesting because back then I wasn't even believing the fucking bullshit, and this was live. This was December 30th that you're sitting here hearing me talking. I'm just sitting here chilling back, listening with y'all, listening to this, and I'm interested to hear what we have to say after this conference is over, and then we'll be going to the January 5th episode where I was reading through the full PCA and getting my reaction from then. I'll open up panel when I switch videos. I'll open it up again. If you'd like to hop in, you're more than welcome. Lisa, I want to say thank you for the $5 super chat. Thank you for 150%. That's what I give you every single day, and I will every single day. And that's why I put it up there, Chalk Baby. because I was talking about it, and I just wanted to put it up there because it's you know, there was a 9 to 5. Yeah, it's a long shift, but that's my dream. And so 9 to 5 isn't a long shift for me. 9 to 5 is a dream. So uh, one day. This is very interesting. Yeah. I know I believe the PCA was full of holes when I read it when it came out. I didn't remember me like not believing this bullshit here while this press conference was live, and he was arrested that morning.
When this goes to trial, there is no doubt that we've done everything right, and we've slowed down, and we've continued to slow down. We'll continue to do that.
What's up, Becca?
Hey, Chief. Have you guys found the murder weapon or the Hyundai Elantra?
So we are still looking for all pieces of evidence, but we are still looking for the weapon. And I will say that we have found an Elantra.
Oh, such sweet words, Brandywine. Thank you.
Well, at least he gave us that.
Tell what it was like when you got the phone call when the police told you that they had your suspect.
I can tell you, for a lot of law enforcement, it was a fairly sleepless couple of days with as we were leading up to everything that we were doing. But what I can tell you is I have faith in those agencies across the nation. I have faith in our officers. I have faith in the FBI, and they did a great job. But sure, there was some times, even throughout the day, that we were always concerned.
Hi, Chief. Don, you back at CBS News. Can you talk a little bit more about the suspect's connection to Pennsylvania?
All I know is that he lives in Pennsylvania.
Chief Guy Tannenbaum from Nonstop Local KHQ in Spokane. More about the Elantra. We saw reports that you mentioned that you recovered an Elantra, but can you specify?
No, Chalk baby. I'm listen because I watched the press conference where Fry came out and said he thought it was an unalive cell phone alive situation, and that's when I was like, what the hell? So that was my comment that I made when he was talking about, his little script, is as you all are calling it. That's what was my comment was like, whatever, dude. Like, you're sitting there saying this was a unalive unalive situation. Like, whatever, dude. Here, hold on. I'll rewind it just a skosh.
But we've done everything right, and we've slowed down, and we've continued to slow down. We'll continue to do that.
What's up, Unravel?
Hey, Chief. Have you guys found the murder weapon or the Hyundai Elantra?
So we are still looking for all pieces of evidence, but we are still looking for the weapon. And I will say that we have found an Elantra.
Well, at least he gave us that.
Tell what it was like when you got the phone call when.
We're at 406. How far do you want me to go back? No chains. And by the way, this is Justice Served Daily that had hopped on the panel on this show. Back then on the December 30th is when we were doing this show. So this is who hopped up on the show with me as we were watching this press conference and discussing this case. So if you want to sub to her, she's got a lot of very, very good videos, especially check out the one on the Yellow app. If you have children, check out the one on the Yellow app, because information needs to be spread about that thing, because that app, the average age is 35 years old of the user, and it's meant for young preteens. And it's an app that promotes like not telling your parents. So please, if you have children, go sub to Justice Served Daily. check out her Yellow app episodes for sure. And yeah, it's real. Like we went through it on one of my shows. I couldn't tell you when we did it or what the title was even, but yeah, we went through it on one of my episodes because I actually was like I was researching like how to file a freaking complaint. And that's when I read right from the freaking company and the laws. Like I read like the hoops that you have to jump through. You know what I mean? It's so yeah, if you have definitely go check it out. Show some love to her channel if you appreciate, and just tell her that you're part of CJ's fam, and you just wanted to show some love.
And the police told you that.
So how far do you want me to back it up? I'll go back to here. What, when Chief Fry comes up? I'll do that. It's just a few minutes.
Ethan, we can thoughtfully and purposefully carry their legacy forward in the work that we do. Our students come first, and that was proven each and every day of this investigation. We are committed to safely delivering the college town atmosphere, campus experience,
yeah,
and high-touch quality education for which
that's why you hurried up, huh?
Known. With time, we will heal. We will move forward together, and we will remain Vandal strong. With that, I'd like to turn it back over to Chief Fry.
So now we will open the floor to questions. However, I want to remind everyone, as Prosecutor Bill Thompson explained, any factual information regarding the arrest of Kohlberger is currently sealed per Idaho law and will not be released until he has appeared in an Idaho court. Please formulate your questions accordingly. I recognize there are a lot of questions, and I will try to answer as many of them as I can.
Lauren Patterson, Northwest Public Broadcasting, Spokane Public Radio. I realize the records are sealed. I guess I'm not too familiar with how it works, but can you tell us what tip, what lead, what piece of...
Yeah, Keith, we already watched it earlier. We already checked it out. Thank you, though. Appreciate that.
Evidence really led you all the way from Idaho to the suspect in Pennsylvania?
As I've said in the past, that's part of our investigation, and we won't be releasing that this time. We will have those answers. We'll have them as soon as we can make those available to you.
Then a quick follow-up and a two-parter. Is our community safe, or is law enforcement still on the search for other suspects who might be involved in this attack?
What I can tell you is we have an individual in custody who committed these horrible crimes, and I do believe our community is safe, but we still need to be vigilant, right? We still have talked about this in the past. We always need to be aware of our surroundings and make sure that we're aware of what's going on.
Okay, that's like covering both sides of the fence, right? Both sides. And thank you. Yes, it's called UBO now. I couldn't remember. I thought it was like UB or something like that. That's right. I'm serious, guys. Check it out. UBO. And then look how you file a complaint. Look, I'm telling you. Especially if you have children. Especially. Like I said, this is geared for young kids, and the average age of the user is 35. Thank you. I appreciate that for putting that up there.
Hi, Chief. How soon into the investigation did police and law enforcement begin to spot Mr. Kohlberger as a potential suspect? And a follow-up, how many tips, if you can say, were specifically related to Mr. Kohlberger?
To the tip part, honestly, I can't answer that question, so I'm not even going to speculate on that. On the other part, that's part of our investigation, and it will come out. I'd like the mic to please come right over here.
Thank you. Dana Griffin with NBC News. Can you confirm that Kohlberger asked whether or not anyone else had been arrested when he was in custody?
I cannot confirm that, or I'm not sure of that information, but that would still be a part of our investigation.
Did CODIS initially return any hits on this guy?
That's still part of our investigation. That will come out. If we could get somebody over here, please.
And then one final question. Is there any message to the online sleuths who slandered and harassed people who they believed were responsible?
There was a lot of speculation going on, and we've always said from the very beginning that we're the official message that comes out, and to pay attention to what we're putting out there to the press.
Yep,
Nancy
100,
Lou with
Michigan
News
girl. What's up?
Nation.
Thank you
And
for
we
hopping
were
in.
over at the house this morning, and you told us that the remediation would begin today. It was suddenly stopped. Can you tell us why?
Yes. The house cleanup has been halted, and that came by a legal request from the court.
Christina Corbin, Fox News. Chief, have you identified a motive?
Why were they even there in the first place?
That's
then?
part of the investigation, and that will
Exactly.
come out as we continue the investigation. But what we still
I don't
ask
know.
is
You know
for
what I mean?
people to continually send us things in the tip line. We are still looking for more information. We're still trying to build that picture, just like we have stated all along. We're putting all the pieces together, and that will help.
Chief Veronica Miracle with CNN. Any indication that the suspect knew the victims?
That's part of the investigation as well. It won't be something that will come out at this point in time, but as we continue the investigation and as this case goes to trial, that will be brought forth.
Have you spoken to the families? Can you tell us what they've told you today?
Are you talking to victims' families? Yeah, we have reached out to the victim's family as we always do. We've done that daily, and we've continued with that.
Nate Sanford, you mentioned earlier that you're still seeing tips about Brian and that people should still share whatever information they have. Can you speak at all about what specifically people should be reaching out for, like if they know something?
I would say anything and everything. As we've said all along, we know what tips we're looking for. We will take those tips and we will have professionals look at those and decide which pieces of those we need to use for our case. So we ask that everybody would do that.
Angela Palermo, Idaho Statesman. Your department and other investigators.
Did you just hear that? He didn't say tips that we could use, or I mean, be helpful, that we could use.
Chief, have you identified a motive?
Why were they even there in the first place?
That's
then?
part of the investigation.
Hold on
and
one
that will,
second.
come out
Exactly.
As we continue the investigation, but what we still
I don't
ask
know.
is
I rewound it too
people to
far.
continually send us things in the tip line. We are still looking for more information. We're still trying to build that picture, just like we.
What's up, Ryan
stated all
Paul?
along.
Everybody else hopping in.
We're
How you
putting
doing
all the
tonight?
pieces together, and that will help.
We're watching an old episode from December 30th, 2022, the day that BK was arrested. And again, this is Justice Served Daily that hopped up on panel as we were talking about this and watching this. I think she had her vacuum running or something.
Chief Veronica Miracle with CNN. Any indication that the suspect knew the victims?
That's part of the investigation as well. It won't be something that will come out at this point in time, but as we continue the investigation and as this case goes to trial, that will be brought forth.
Have you spoken to the families? Can you tell us what they've told you today?
Are you talking to victims' families? Yeah, we have reached out to the victim's family as we always do. We've done that daily, and we've continued with that.
You're definitely uncomfortable. You can tell in his voice.
You mentioned earlier that you're still seeing tips about Brian and that people should still share whatever information they have.
Right
Can
here.
you speak at all about what specifically
Listen to this.
People should be reaching out for, like if they know something?
I would say anything and everything. As we've said all along, we know what tips we're looking for. We will
They know what tips they're looking for.
take those tips and we will have professionals look at those and decide which pieces of those we need to use for our case. So,
And which pieces they need to use. Here's the link to this. This is at the timestamp 4:05:31. Listen to this again. Here's the link. I don't know if it's a members only. It is a members only. But the PCA read through is not. And we'll be going into that in a second. Listen to this again.
The victims' families.
Just go to 405.
Yeah, we have reached out to the victim's family as we always do. We've done that daily, and we've continued with that.
Hey, Nate Sanford, you mentioned earlier that you're still seeing tips about Brian and that people should still share whatever information they have. Can you speak at all about what specifically people should be reaching out for, like if they know something?
I would say anything and everything. As we've said all along, we know what tips we're looking for.
They know.
We will take those tips and we will have professionals look at those and decide which pieces of those we need to use for our case. So we ask that everybody would do that.
He said we've been saying it all along. We've been saying it all along. How do they know what tips if they didn't even know it? Like BK, they've been saying it all along. Dude, it's December 30th. $4:05. 4 hours, 5 minutes. We've been saying it all along. This is interesting.
The victims' families. Yeah, we have reached out to the victim's family as we always do. We've done that daily, and we've continued with that.
Hey, Nate Sanford, you mentioned earlier that you're still seeing tips about Brian and that people should still share whatever information they have. Can you speak at all about what specifically people should be reaching out for, like if they know something?
I would say anything and everything. As we've said all along, we know what tips we're looking for. We will take those tips
all
and
along.
we will have professionals look at those and decide which pieces of those we need to use for our case. So we ask that everybody would do that.
Look at them. Look at how uncomfortable everybody is. Look at that. Down to the left. Let me go full screen. Down to the left. I'll play that shit in full screen. Sorry, I should have did that. Do it one more time, and then we're done. We're moving on.
The victims' families. Yeah, we have reached out to the victim's family as we always do. We've done that daily, and we've continued with that.
They've only knew a
Nate
BK for a
Sanford,
couple
You
weeks.
mentioned earlier that you're still seeing tips about Brian and that people should still share whatever information they have. Can you
This
speak at all
whole
about what
time.
specifically people should be reaching out for, like if they know something?
I would say anything and everything. As we've said all along, we know what tips we're looking for. We will take those tips and we will have professionals look at those and decide which pieces of those we need to use for our case. So we ask that everybody would do that.
And why aren't you looking at who's asking the questions, prosecutor and president? Are you just not that interested? Why are you looking down and at the frickin' floor? And not even straight down, like off to the side. Like you're trying to deflect. You know what I mean? Think about it like this, right? You know, your puppy takes a shit on the carpet. Bad puppy. Bad puppy. What kind of face does that bad puppy that took a shit on a carpet do? It goes like this. And we move on.
Angela Palermo, Idaho Statesman. Your department and other investigators on the case took a lot of flack for keeping information close to your chest. Are you glad that you did that, and were you worried about
Now
tipping
one
the
of them's
suspect off?
looking.
I will 100% stand behind the way that we handled this investigation.
Mr.
And
President.
this all started from day one with our patrol officers arriving on scene, locking down the scene, us calling in the Idaho State Police. us calling in
What's
the
up, started
FBI,
with you calling it a
and-
murder
and
suicide first?
information,
Whatever, dude.
that this case
Sorry.
very tight.
That's
We
me from
want
back
to
then.
have a situation
Here, I'll go
where
on mute.
when this goes to trial, there is no doubt that we've done everything right, and we've slowed down, and we've continued to slow down. We'll continue to do that.
Hey, Chief. Have you guys found the murder weapon or the Hyundai Elantra?
So we are still looking for all pieces of evidence, but we are still looking for the weapon. And
So, thank you, Cassie, and I hope you and the fam get better soon.
I will say that we have found an Elantra.
Oop, I'm covering up justice.
Well, at least he gave us that.
Tell what it was like
hold
when
on,
you got
there we
the
go.
phone call when the police told you that they had your suspect.
I can tell you,
Yeah.
for a lot of law enforcement, it was a fairly sleepless couple of days with as we were leading up to everything that we were doing. But what I can tell you is I have faith in those agencies across the nation. I have faith in our officers. I have faith in the FBI, and they did a great job. But sure, there was some times, even throughout the day, that we were always concerned.
Hi, Chief. Don, you're back at CBS News. Can you talk a little bit more about the suspect's connection to Pennsylvania?
All I know is that he lives in Pennsylvania.
Chief Guy Tannenbaum from Nonstop Local KHQ in Spokane. More about the Elantra. We saw reports that you mentioned that you recovered an Elantra, but can you specify where that was found? And we know that that was one of the biggest pieces.
Frickin' StreamYard. I'm saying before, when they were going through their script, they were calm and collective. What's up, everybody? Before, when they were going through their script, they were calm and collective in this press conference here. Now, when they're having to ask questions or take questions and give answers, now all of a sudden it's uncomfort. I think that's why, he said he lived in Pennsylvania. I think the reason he said he lived in Pennsylvania is because they're rattled. I think they're rattled. And he probably meant to say he was apprehended in Pennsylvania but lives in Pullman. And I think he's probably saying that in his head right now. He's probably in his head telling himself while he's being asked this next question, he's probably like, shit. But I think it was because I'm muted still. Hello? Shit. It should be working. Okay, Brett. What's up, Brett to kill NASDAQ, baby? Not good. And I think that's why he said, yes, or that he lived in Pennsylvania, because I think he was rattled. You can tell. Look at their faces; they're red. They're all red. You can tell the uncomfort before. They're they're confident and assertive, and now they're the puppy shitting on the carpet look. When they're being, it's uncomfort. I think he's saying to himself right now in his head, shit, I should have said Pullman and then arrested in PA. But you could just tell the uncomfort. You can see the difference. It's like the atmosphere changes from when they're making statements to then when it's opening up to the reporters, because you guys are right. There are some questions, and when we went through all these press conferences back then, there were some questions that you were just like, come on, like, that's just a softball, that's just a status quo. But at the same time, they have to start somewhere on their, at their newspaper or whatever they're working at. But then when there were some of these reporters that were, hitting them with good questions. Like, there's a few in each one that were just hitting with great questions. And you saw, like, the dodgeballs and the dodging and just not really answering shit, avoiding questions, not really answering questions with not even answering it. Yes, discomfort. You can see it. You can read the body language. No, I'm not going to read body language to them, but I'm definitely reading body language right now, because if you remember, go to 405 of this video that we're watching right now and watch 20 seconds. Very interesting.
Of information you were asking from the public to tip, were you able to provide an information on whether those tips led to this seizure of an Elantra?
That's still part of the investigation that will come out in the future.
The breaking me.
Chief, when I was the Idaho Public Radio here in Moscow, the additional police presence in town and on campus, semester's coming. Is that going to continue?
You will continue to see state troopers in the area. We're talking to Latah County as well. You will see a presence of us that we're always have up on campus. We have assigned officers to that. So you will continue to see a law enforcement presence. I'm going to take two more questions.
Julie Scott, ABC News. Can you tell us if you eventually had a license plate number to the Elantra?
I don't know what was going on at her house when she joined me.
That's still part of the investigation that will come out.
What the hell was that?
Chief, hi, Matt Loveless with the Merle College of Communication. I want to ask about Mr. Kohlberger as a graduate student at WSU. Are you aware of if
you guys want me to do an episode, I'm doing day streams next week. So if you want me to do an episode where we chill back and kick it, watch all the coroner stuff, I'm definitely down for watching the coroner stuff again. I'm gonna have some shows. We're gonna be doing some shows. It ain't gonna be 9 to 5, but it'll be damn close next week. So I'm excited. It's gonna be fun.
Return to campus after November 13th, and
I'm excited. I can't wait to give you some of that
on the WSU campus about his attendance.
And I need to fix this damn vehicle.
So some of that is going to be followed up as we continue our investigation.
Puppy was passing
questions. That'll come out in the near future. So what I do want to do is I want to thank you all. You really have been
Please be
the
safe,
national
B.
voice for us. You've given us the opportunity to get many, many tips, and I do appreciate everything you've done. and we'll continue to look forward to working with you in the future on this. So I'd like to thank you for that and thank you for your time.
Something. I don't know what it is. It's a vacuum, and then you hear like dun, 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 dun. I don't know. I don't know. There's a
Well,
couple,
that was about as informative as I thought it would be. They're not giving
Yeah.
info. They still need people to.
Ooh.
They still want people to give information to make that connection. By the way, somebody was just asking about courts in the camera or cameras in the courts. I just looked up what the procedures are in Idaho.
Oh, maybe it was.
There are special rules for cameras in the court. A judge can restrict that there would be no cameras or recording equipment. It has to be prior approved.
Shoot,
And it also talks about
Kelly.
that if you have to get advance approval to be inside the courtroom, and unless the judge specifically allows for more, only one still photographer and one camera operator would be allowed in a courtroom.
Wow.
So
Again, this is December 30th, 2022.
there are restrictions there, and the court could
The morning BK was arrested.
not allow that to happen. So just to share that out there. But it's
Can we
also
watch them
interesting.
say-
It's like,
Can we watch them say it was a crime of passion? Ashley Nicolette, I know listen, I have like in my Idaho 4, I have a folder, no lie, of like 2,000 freaking videos. I'm sure it's somewhere in the beginning. It would take me a while to dig through it. But if you want to send it, you're more than welcome. Or just let me know what channel or what local news station it was and what the title and the date, and I can look it up quick that way as well. You can just type it in chat. You can just say KTVB so many months ago, whatever date, and I'll look it up too in the background, because we're going to be going into the PCA read after this one here. We're almost done with this episode. The other one is not a members only, so if you're not a member, you'll be able to go check this one out, the one we're getting into next year. I can't wait to watch that one.
I agree. I think it's the FBI's credit to
Thank you,
hunt
Golf
down that
Inspector
vehicle.
General. I appreciate that $10 super chat. Respect to you, CJ, and everyone in chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. For real. I'd love to have you on panel anytime too. Once we're done with this, I'm just going to try and get through this real quick. And then when we go switch to the next episode, I'm going to open up a panel again, and I'll throw a link out there. So if anybody would like to hop up, you're more than welcome as we sit and watch me read the PCA. I'm not sure who was on with me that episode. I think it was Justice or Daly again, and I think Kib Kitty was on that one too.
We know about him in Washington. We know the vehicle's found in Philadelphia. They take that vehicle. They're not going to tell us anything. I mean, that's why I pretty much prepared our expectations to be lowered before that press conference happened. That all they're going to tell us is that. But I think it's key to push out there that they're still looking for information. So if somebody knows about this guy and knows him from Philadelphia or knows him from, the Washington University or even in Idaho, if they know that he hanged out there or was talking to people or whatever, obviously they're going to check social media, see if he communicated with any of them and knew any of them. So I hope it is just this one person. It's interesting if it is true that even the press asked that he asked if other people were in jail. So that's curious. If other people were arrested, what they asked them during the press conference. So that's a curious question.
We need to fry that. Were you vacuuming?
Who?
You?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
It must have been. It must have been on the. It must have been somebody on the press conference then. Yeah, but that was.
No, I was on mute while the press conference was going on.
I wanted to kind of go over what Chief Fry said. I know he didn't say much. I just want to clue in on.
I don't take to him very well. How do you feel about him?
I don't either.
I mean,
I don't either.
I don't.
Shit. Ever since the beginning, okay. Ever since, okay, it was one thing when they came out and said it was.
Oh,
never
look, I'm wearing
suicide,
the.
right?
Oh shit! Look at that.
But then after that, the way
Ain't that cool?
he has
Look.
been so confident that they're doing everything the right way from the beginning, that's when it all started rubbing me off the right way, because it's like, when have you fucking heard of an unaliving of somebody, like,
Right?
if they say the crime scene is what it is, right? How in the hell do you come to a conclusion where somebody unalived themselves by doing this a shit ton of times and making it so? It didn't make sense to me. And then it's, you've heard plenty of Ellie come out and say, "Hey, we were wrong about
Right,
this,"
Yoli?
blah blah blah. Cool.
It's
But
fate.
this
It's
guy
fate.
from the beginning is just like
like,
totally
yep.
confident. We've been doing everything the right way from the beginning, yada yada. And that's when I started. It's soon after everything is when I started getting this really bad vibe with him. Just where I got the vibe where it was just like, dude, how can you be this unaware? I don't know. What kind of vibe did you get?
Well, I mean,
See,
I
right
feel
from the
like
get-go. Right from the get-go.
at the beginning, I felt like he was overwhelmed at the beginning, and he was throwing out a lot of information out there that come later that wasn't true. So it wasn't.
Back and forth.
It was right at the beginning. I mean, they were the ones who decided, all the different scenarios that were being thrown out there were.
Look, the one up there, the one with the blue light, the light that I miss having. That's the old December 30th. Doc Terry, thank you for the $49.99 super chat. CJ, you are always so kind, respectful, and rocking the content. Thank you. Thank you so much for the kind words and your support, not only in this show, Doc Terry, but everywhere that you go. Really, I appreciate that. And I know everybody else does. You are a great member of the true crime community, and we all appreciate you very much. Thank you so much. For real. Thank you. And then I was like, hey, I got a question. Were you vacuuming?
Weren't from sleuths out in the community saying it. It was from the actual police conferences and things that we were hearing. And so you go, oh, well, wait a minute. No, it's this. Oh, no, it was this. Oh, no, wait a minute. It was targeted. Oh, and then all of a sudden, he made an important fact to say, well, we cleared this person and we cleared this person. We cleared this person. Like, man, how are they doing that? How are they doing all that when they keep changing?
I need to play my guitar, man.
Changing the scenario, and
it's been so long.
and then come out and say, well, people are passing out false
3
information.
months.
Well,
Haven't
some of that false information came from them. So that was part of the issue and stuff. I think I do think that any small town or anything that cannot handle a murder, I really feel like there should be an automatic that, like, if they're not big enough or usually have murders and stuff like that, FBI should just automatically be coming in. You know what I mean? They should just boom, just automatically.
By the way, this is no reflection of her audio that she has on her shows. This was December 30th. This was a long time ago. And I don't even think she used StreamYard to do lives that much. I think it was mostly like we're talking about the case, Chicken Nugget. Yeah, we're watching, and I've been saying this whole time we're watching an episode from December 30th.
Yeah.
But
You can go somewhere
yeah,
else.
I don't think
It's
they
not a
have
problem.
all. I don't think they have all of it. I don't
That's
think they
my
have
show
all
for
of
now.
it just because they need help. I think more in making the connection to all four of them. Do you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
they
I think
need.
that's what they're
Yeah,
trying to do.
like they still need a lot more information. And it's not YouTubers that were creating shit. It was YouTubers holding them to the fucking fire of what the hell they were saying one minute, changing it the next minute, and we were going, "Hey, wait a minute. Y'all ain't making sense." So, it's not. Now there was a couple out there, and then we hear about the one that's getting sued and stuff. There's a couple out there that were saying some shit that they shouldn't have, but most of the time you go to any of these YouTube channels, whether you subscribe to them or not, you're going to these channels and they're talking real shit. I think it was
Yeah.
just an excuse to push the blame off on somebody else why it was taking 70 fucking days to figure this shit out. Yeah, a
Yeah.
lot of people, and Christy B brought up a good point here a little bit ago. She says, I don't understand why they're hiding everything until a few years ago they were more transparent with the informations. The public has a right to know it, and they have not the right to hide it. And it's exactly true. A lot of these LE were always forthcoming with everything. And then it's like with each case that comes out the last couple years, with each new one that comes out, it's like less and less and less. And it's becoming the norm now where they're not saying shit.
Yeah.
And that isn't right.
Well,
Christy
and
B is
we
totally
also,
right.
what else did we also learn? We also learned that the probable cause affidavit is sealed. Welcome to Delphi, right?
some
We
stuff.
had the same thing.
Yeah.
That's what it first happened with Delphi too, was that the probable.
And then I believe we go into Delphi at that point. So we will go ahead and shrink it back down to here. And we will switch to the next episode. That was very interesting watching it again. Very, very interesting. What's up, Dark Fae? Yeah, and if somebody doesn't want to be in here, you don't have to be, That's right, NASDAQ, baby. Mm-hmm. Yep. Thank you. All righty. So this is this episode, but here. Oh, hold on one second. We are going to get to the PCA. And so this is the link for this episode. This is episode, just look in the description, episode 68. It was January 5th, 2023. All right, there. So here's the link to this. And let me see here. All right, so we'll do that. Here's the link if you want to hop up. And let me see, before we get into this, I'm going to see if there's anything in the breaking. Very interesting. And if you want to go back to those documents here, we can read those again if you haven't seen those yet either. Right there. We can go through those too. Let me see what's in the breaking here. What's up, Freckles? You know what, NASDAQ? And is the caller on now? No, this was back in the old episode. But if the person from the show is always at the top and I'll be at the bottom of me right now. And you can tell the difference because my blue light that I used to use for my show literally went out like 2 weeks ago, a week ago, 2 weeks ago. So here, there's no blue light no more. I miss my blue light. But that thing just quit working. But that's how you know the difference. Back then, it's blue, the blue light. Me, right now, this is current. Let me see here. Throwing veggies at the... Yeah, it is very interesting. And, I appreciate you guys asking me to, do that and your interest in wanting me to do it because, honestly, when I went back and watched the Grub Truck a while back, that's when I was like, no, we need to go through this again because it's always weird watching yourself, but yeah, especially these the coroner interviews. We watched one of those the other night, and that was definitely interesting too. All right, let me see here. And I'm just looking for breaking. Yeah, you're more than welcome to hop up if you'd like. Let's see. You guys are fun. I'm not seeing nothing so far. All right, Court TV put out, we'll cover that at the end of the show. Court TV put out a new video. Maybe Carly Russell is facing more charges now, possibly. I don't know. Court TV just came out with a video about it, and I can't see them putting that late if it was from before. So, things are different. We'll cover that at the end of the night. We'll check it out. Or maybe after this video. I'm not seeing yeah, I'm not seeing anything break. All right. So here is this episode. This is episode 68, January 5th. Yes, cheers. Phantom, I got a question for you. Do you put rocks in your drinks or is it room temperature? Cassie, we can do live and help you with breathing. Watch. Oh yeah, yeah. Let's do it. You let me know, and we will talk you through it. We'll have an open panel, okay, Cassie? Speaking of open panel, if anybody would like to hop up, they're more than welcome. We can discuss this affidavit here. Come on, I am going to be reading it, though, if that's cool with you guys. It's funny, he has a woman lawyer, and woman just, Mama, I'm having a C-section. Maybe oh gosh, Mama Bear. Oh my God, can we? Although she don't have to go through. Yeah, we can put you. What the fuck? One big eyes, Captain and Coke here. Ooh, look at that, Phantom. Cheers. Cheers. Oh my gosh. Cheers.
Yeah,
This
if
is what
anybody wants to
happens
look
when you go
more
through past lives and you don't pre-check
fucking
it.
cry.
Come on, get to the read through. What the
Alright,
hell,
let's go
right?
through this.
Aw, thank you so much. Typically unique. I appreciate that. Yeah, I had LEDs.
Is the music too loud?
I'm just gonna mute it.
Oh no.
I know I'm not talking about the PCA. I had these LEDs that went around the whole ceiling where it could do all sorts of crazy stuff. Yeah, the thing, the light like flashes now. So I think it's finally like, because I love using it like when I'm watching movies, gaming, all that stuff. The different colors and stuff. It's really neat. So, but yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. We'll get that soon. But I don't know. Do you guys like it without the blue light? Does it look better this way? I definitely need some kind of lighting system, that is a little better. I have my little, oh gosh, I can't wait. I got my little thing where it's going to have 3 different cameras, one straight and then 2 from each angle. So you're going to get different angles. It's going to be cool. I can't wait. It's already built. It's already there on my custom desk. It's already ready. I got one camera there. I'm waiting to get the other one attached and then the other one. And then I'm waiting for my extension that I can plug all of the cameras into one feed. So then I can just totally flip on the fly. So again, it's going to be like a live show where you're going to get different angles. The only freaking problem is I don't have the red light to show me which camera's active. So I might be that guy that's looking over here, but really I'm thinking I'm talking to you. I don't know. Just heads up. It might happen. All right.
Sprite's the best.
Come
Or
on,
else,
see.
root beer.
I'm
Yes.
talking root beer now.
Oh my gosh, I haven't heard of Mellow Yellow for a while. That makes me think of
Yellow.
Days of Thunder. I need to watch that movie again. All right, I gotta get.
Come on, there we go. There we go.
Before I go off track here,
4150 of the video.
Talking about all these drinks and stuff. I didn't even have wine on my birthday. I completely forgot about that.
We'll be getting a green screen soon, so I'll have
I completely
a
forgot about
background.
that. I love root beer.
See the blue light? Oh, I miss my blue
Especially
light.
A and Dubs.
But we're going to be getting different lighting.
The below information is provided by Brett Payne, who is a duly appointed, qualified, and acting peace officer within the county of Latah, state of Idaho. Brett Payne is employed by Moscow Police Department in the official capacity or position of corporal and has been a trained and qualified peace officer for approximately 4 years. CPL Payne is being assisted by members of the Idaho State Police and agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. 2:52 p.m. On November 13th, 2022, at approximately 4 p.m., Moscow Police Department Sergeant Blaker, and I responded approximately 4 p.m. I thought they were called out at noon. Am I confused? Yeah, why? I used to drink Hennessy and Sprite all the time. That was my drink for the longest, but I just started drinking wine the last couple years. I just stick to the wine now. I'll drink some Hennessy here and there. It's not that I get crazy or anything off of it. It's more of like a chill. I like Hennessy because I get a nice chill buzz out of it. This is for the walkthrough they did about. That's gonna get.
Geez, I'm talking about Hennessy and shit, and I'm like, damn, that shit sounds good. What's up, Phantasmic Ether? Thank you for the super sticker. Let me check it out. Oh, love my coffee. I gotta go get my fresh cup real quick. From Tammy Walsh, super sticker. Little kitty that's painting #1 with the painting. Thank you so much for the super sticker as well, Tammy. Appreciate that. Again, everybody. Yeah, this is January 5th.
So I just put it in my current content credit just to let you guys know that this was streamed live on January 5th. This is episode 68. Let's do typos. Let me see here. Okay, I'll just skip this. Moscow Police Department Sergeant Blaker and I responded to 1122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho, hereafter the King Road residents, to assist with scene security and processing of a crime scene associated with 4 homicides. Upon our arrival, Idaho State Police forensic team was on scene and was preparing to begin processing the scene. MPD officer OFC Smith, one of the initial responding officers to the incident, advised he would walk me through the scene. Can I go bigger than this? Oh, nice. Look at that. I can zoom it in even more for it. Oh, nope. Yeah, here we go. That's good enough. OFC Smith and I entered the King Road residence through the bottom floor door on the north side of the building. OFC Smith and I then walked upstairs to the second floor. OFC Smith directed me down the hallway to the west bedroom on the second floor, which I later learned through Xana's driver's license and other personal belongings found in the room was Xana Kernoodle's hereafter canoodle room. What? Just before this room, there was a bathroom door on the south wall of the hallway. As I approached the room, I could see a body, later identified as Kernoodle's, laying on the floor. Kernoodle was deceased with wounds which appeared to have been caused by an edged weapon. So she was on the floor, so that's where the drips came from. Also in the room was a male, later identified as. And again, you got to remember, and I'm just kind of letting this thing play here for a little bit. Thank you so much. Great comment, Draw. And thank you so much for the super sticker, Kelly. Really, the support is amazing. The kitty with some cool outfit on that has some sparklers that says you're amazing. You are amazing too, for real. And just keep in mind, everybody. Thank you so much again. Just keep in mind, everybody, that this is from January 5th. This is information from January 5th. This is MSM, January 5th. This is me being sucked in, but then at the same time, still questioning things. And that's why we're kind of going through these tonight, because another reason is because, yeah, when the press conference was out, I'm like, nah, y'all don't make no sense. When I'm reading the PCA, there's holes in it. This is from right then, January 5th. And then we'll get to some more stuff tonight. Thank you all for hanging out. Appreciate it. We're going to be going live. I'll be live for another couple hours. It's Ethan Chapin here after Chapin was also deceased with wounds later determined. Aw, Skittles, thank you so much for that. I appreciate you. Thank you for all your support. Ooh, that's blanked out. To be caused by sharp force injuries. Let me get to chat here real quick. Sorry. Let's see. Yeah, you gotta be careful with the hen dog. It'll creep up on you. Going to have to leave for a while. Oh my gosh, lasagna, wrestling, rock on, be safe, stay warm. Thanks for hopping in, Dre. Please be safe. Eat some. Yes, you are awesome. You guys are awesome. Thank you guys so much. You guys are so cool. I then followed OFC Smith upstairs to the third floor of the residence. The third floor consisted of 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. The bedroom on the west side of the floor was later determined to be Kaylee Goncalves, hereafter Goncalves' room. I later learned from the review of Officer Noon's body camera, there was a dog in the room when Moscow police officers initially responded. The dog belonged to Konkalvis and her ex-boyfriend, Blank. I found out from my interview with Blank on November 13th, 2022, that he and Goncalves shared the dog. OFC Smith then pointed out a small bathroom on the east side of the third floor. This bathroom shared a wall with Madison Mogan's hereafter Mogan bedroom, which was situated on the southeast corner of the third floor. As I entered this bedroom, I could see two females in the single bed in the room. Both were deceased with visible stab wounds, so they were on the bed together. I also later noticed what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed next to Mogan's right side. When viewed from the door, the sheath was later processed and had K-Bar, USMC, and the United States Marine Corps Eagle Globe and Anchor insignia stamped on the outside of it. The Idaho State Lab later located a single source of male DNA suspect profile left on the bottom snap of the knife sheath. So that if it's on the bottom snap, that means that they got it where he was opening it, right? If it's on the left on the button snap. If it's on the button snap, then that means that he closed it, I guess, but it's still his DNA, right? Left on the button snap. Okay. I'm like, as part of the investigation,
I'm
numerous
like,
interviews
what?
were conducted by Moscow Police Department's officers, Idaho State Police detectives, and FBI agents. Two of the interviews included BF and DM. Both BF and DM were inside the King Road residence at the time of the homicides and were roommates to the victims. BF's bedroom was located on the east side of the first floor of the King Road residence. Yeah, let me get to chat here real quick. Yeah, please hit the like real quick if you haven't yet. The night could have been closing it. That's what I was like. I was like, well, okay, but yeah, it could still be from closing it, but it is yours, and your phone is even pinged going back to the property around, or driving by the property around 9 something in the morning. I mean, I'm going to keep reading on here. It's interesting. It was on the button. And yeah, sorry, I can't remember who said it in chat earlier about losing it during a struggle. And I could definitely see that if there was two on there on the bed, I would imagine one was probably a lot more stealthier and the other one was in defense. I'm just imagining. But then again, they could have been in the same bed too before they came in there, or he came in there. Or from closing it before he went to, yeah, that too. Yeah. Based on numerous interviews conducted by MPD officers, ISP detectives, and FBI agents, as well as my review of evidence, I have learned the following. On the evening of November 12th, 2022, Chapin and Carnudo are seen by BF at the Sigma Chi house on the University of Idaho campus, approximately 9 p.m. on November 12th to 1:45 a.m. on November 13th. What? So there never was. So there never was a missing. It literally, they were there. They were there from 9 to when they went home. Right? Are seen by BF from approximately 9 p.m. to 1:45 a.m. at the property then, right? Thank you, Skittles. I appreciate that. This is interesting watching this old stuff, man. I'm telling you. That's true too. So they were there the whole time. Return to the King. BF also estimated that at approximately 1:45 a.m. Chapin and Kernoodle returned. This is from January 5th. That's all I could say. Returned to the King Road residence. BF also stated that Chapin did not live in the King Road residence, but was a guest of Kernoodle. Goncalves and Mogan were at a local bar, the Corner Club, at 202 North Main Street in Moscow. Goncalves and Mogan can be seen on video footage provided by the Corner Club between 10 p.m. Thank you, Bianca. I appreciate that Purple Heart and the thanks. And thank
Approximately
you too.
1:30 a.m., Goncalves and Mogan can be seen on video at a local food vendor called the Grub Truck in downtown Moscow. The Grub Truck live streams video from their food truck on the streaming platform Twitch, which is available for public viewing on their website. This video was captured by law enforcement. A private party, Blank, reported that he provided a ride to Goncalves and Mogan at approximately 1:56 a.m. from downtown Moscow in front of the Grub Truck to the King Road residence. DM and BF both made statements during interviews that indicated the occupants of the King Road residence were at home by 2 a.m. and asleep, or at least in their rooms by approximately 4. This is with exception of Kernoodle, who received a DoorDash order at the residence at approximately 4 a.m. Law enforcement identified the DoorDash delivery driver who reported this information. So that is true about that Jack in the Box. Rock on, you guys. DM stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor. DM stated she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Goncalves playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms. So she could hear the third floor, which were located on the, so she could hear down there on the third floor. Wow. And Jessica Santiago, thank you again for the gifted memberships. I appreciate that very much. And yeah, statements are BS cover-ups, and DoorDash was to throw off people. 100. I feel the exact same way. Huh. This is January 5th, everybody. So there was no missing timeline. This is when I relied on MSN. I wonder why Ellie was constantly saying they're trying to, yeah, I know. Maybe to throw off. I don't know. That is weird, isn't it? Hey, Punk, see how you doing tonight? Yeah, but look, it says right here. Approximately 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Goncalves playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which were located on the third floor. So on the first floor, you can hear the third floor. What's up, Christy B? What's up? What's up, Punksy? How you guys doing? Yeah, that's crazy. You can hear from the basement. I can imagine
what that poor girl was hearing. I can imagine what that poor girl was hearing. If you can hear the 3rd floor from the basement, oh my gosh. Dee was on the 2nd floor. Kaylee's room was damn near right above her then. Oh, I thought these were the survivors in the basement. DM stated she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Goncalves playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which were located on the 3rd floor. A short time later, DM said she heard who she thought was Goncalves saying something to the effect of, "There's someone here." A review of records obtained from a forensic download of Kernoodle's phone showed that this could have also been Kernoodle, as her cellular phone indicated she was likely awake and using the TikTok app at approximately 4:12 a.m. So she was awake? Oh, okay. On the 1st floor, huh? Thank you, Kib Kitty. Yeah, like and subscribe to Punksy. Stillin had moved to the 2nd floor room. Oh. Huh, okay. I thought... okay. DM stated that she looked out of her bedroom. Okay, hold on. So she was on the same floor when all this was happening? So here, okay, I'm confused.
I'm like, wait a minute. They
So they
said
went
she
to
was
one bedroom, or he went to one bedroom on the 2nd floor and not the other?
because we were told something different before the PCA. Before the PCA, we were told something different.
So
I'm like, what?
The person who committed this
I
crime
was confused.
went to one of the bedrooms on the 2nd floor, but not the other. I just want to make sure I'm getting this freaking right. Because I don't want to assume. Is that correct? Right, LG Gal. I thought both of them were. Okay, let me get this straight. On the 2nd floor. And it took 8 hours. Okay. Something don't seem right. What the? Okay, I'm gonna keep reading. Sorry.
January 5th,
DM
everybody.
stated that she looked out of her bedroom but did not see anything when she heard the comment about someone being in the house.
What's up,
DM
Jules?
stated she opened her door a second
What's up?
time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Kernoodle's room. DM then said she heard a male voice say something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." But she didn't hear Ethan? At approximately 4:17 a.m., a security camera located at 1112 King Road, a residence immediately to the northwest of 1122 King Road, picked up a distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper, followed by a loud thud. From a house across the street? Okay. A dog can also be heard barking numerous times starting at 4:17 a.m. The security camera is less than 50 feet from the west wall Again, this is January
Okay,
5th.
50 feet, January
Okay.
5th.
DM stated she opened her door for the
It-
third time
it-
after
no
she
change.
heard the crying and saw a figure clad in black
is.
clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. DM described the figure as 5'10" or taller male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. The male walked past DM as she stood in a frozen shock phase. The male walked towards the back sliding glass door. DM locked herself in. Okay. I'm trying to picture this here. So, give me 1 second. I have to go to this thing real quick.
Oh my gosh, this is crazy.
Let's take a pause from the
Wait a minute. This
affidavit real quick. I need to go into this real quick. I need to fucking picture this here.
I'm like, hold on a
Oh,
minute.
shit.
Hold on.
Hold on one
This has to
second.
make sense in my head, right? I'm like, this has to make sense in my head.
Right, OG gal? I don't know. I'm very interested to find out what took place.
Oh my gosh.
All right, I need to see what the hell
January 5th, everybody. Just keep that in
they
mind.
are talking about here. Give me
when
one
it
second.
comes to
All
what was
right,
put
so
out, what was being spun.
that is X and E. Let's go to this other bedroom. So here's the bedroom.
Okay.
You're going to tell me that somebody's not going to know. Look at this. Look at how. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. So this is what happened. This must be what
January
happened.
5th, everybody.
This is what happened. All right. Dude. Here's that bedroom door that we're talking about here in this affidavit, okay? What?
Sorry. I'll stop talking. I'll just let this play. Here, if panel's open, if anybody wants to hop up, you're more than welcome. I'm sorry. I'll just I'll stop as I go. I'll let the PCA just go through. I'll stay on mute. Just remember, everybody, this is January 5th. I was still sucked into the mainstream media, what they were putting out there. And but this is me like 6 days ago, questioning the press conference that we watched earlier before this, when BK was arrested that day, and me going, huh? And then now this is 6 days later, me reading the PCA January 5th, and I'm like, huh? So I will go on mute. I apologize, everybody. Here. This will be the old me talking. Yes, I'll put a zip on it. What's up, Mikey? How you doing, buddy? And everybody that's hopping in. Yeah, I'll sit back. I'll just let this PCA be done, and then I'll come back, okay? I'll come back on camera when you know I'm talking. How about that?
Is by the stairs? I thought this was... This is where the drip was. Bedroom 2B. Hold on a second. Let me go to chat here. Yeah, something doesn't seem right. That's for damn sure. They never really released. Some don't seem right. It gets more specific. Okay. Entrance. I saw it earlier and should have saved it. Yeah, bedroom 2B is their bedroom, right? Dylan's room is right there by this. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I thought this was their room the whole time. Yeah. Okay. So what I'm saying is so that's her door right here, bedroom 2A, DM, right? So I can see how if this person is walking, after they just came from here, so that must have been second. So they must have went upstairs first, because if she says that she watched them walk by and then exit the sliding glass door, that means this was last. So now we know the order. Upstairs was first. So he's just kind of walking through here. Da 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 da. Probably doesn't even notice her crack the door. This is how she can see him walk towards her, because he is walking towards her to leave the sliding glass door. He might not even notice that she cracked open the door. So okay, I can see what. Oh shit, where did it go? Here it is.
What's up?
I can see what's being said.
What's up,
here.
Jesse? I'm not allowed to talk yet. So, what's up, buddy? And what's up, everybody? I'm going back on mute. Okay.
Here now. About all this taking place. I can see before it didn't make sense to me. I just had to visually be put in there to understand what they're saying here. Okay, the mail. Here, let me get to chat real quick. Sorry about that. You're pointing. Let's see. You were on the second floor. Upstairs first. She saw the masked man after the 4 were killed. Right. Yeah. So when he's walking towards her and then exits through the sliding glass door, that means second. That means second floor was last. Third floor was first. That should be a CJ. She may have been in the shadow of the room. He reading what wrong, LG? He targeted E and X first. I don't. How? No. I don't think so. I see this whole time I thought second floor was first. I thought second floor was first because of E, right? The whole time. This whole time I've thought second floor was first. But if I'm reading this right here, where she says that that and saw a figure clad in black clothing and mask that covered the person's blah 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 blah. The male walked past her towards the back sliding glass door. So I don't. So that means that dude, right? So the first time she heard something, okay, she first heard somebody was there. Then, okay, first heard playing with her dog. Then she heard a comment about somebody being in the house. Okay. Then she heard crying. That's when stuff was going on. Okay. That's why she didn't see nobody. Then she opened the door. Wait a minute. See, this is confusing right here. Because what would this noise be? You wouldn't hear a whimper and a thud after that. Voices or a whimper followed by a loud thud. But how could somebody hear that across the street? That's what I don't understand. Let me see here. I'm so freaking screwed up too, Punksy. I'm like, wait, it's this? No, it's this. No, wait, huh? What? Let's see. He targeted E and X first, then upstairs to K&M and back down. BK simply was making his way out. Why would he go? Why would he go second floor, third floor, then back to second floor? Because if DM's watching him leave, she's watching him. Look at how the door opens. If she's cracked, she's not watching him come towards her coming down the stairs, because then she doesn't even really see him, because he's coming down the stairs or he's walking away from her. She says he's walking towards her, which means he's walking from the bedroom, coming this way, turning this way, going outside the sliding glass doors, coming this way, and then going that way. So I don't see how. Yeah, because they would have to be walking this way, this way, in order to walk past and go out the sliding glass doors. So K&M were first, and Brian went to, I don't know. Has to be third floor first, because DM walked past her sliding. That's what I was thinking, Kib Kitty. Probably came in, slipped upstairs. Because if she watched him walk towards her, you're looking at the door. It only opens, So if you're cracking the door open, you can only look, through that crack, and you can only go, unless maybe your vision can go like this if you're looking out through a cracked door, right? Maybe about that's as far as you can get for vision. So, but they're still walking towards you. They're coming this way, going out the sliding glass door. But really, isn't that weird though? Isn't it weird though? Like, maybe because the door was locked. Maybe he walked by and turned the knob to see if it. Who knows? It is stating that she was locking the door. Ooh, it reads like E and X were first. Did he go back looking? Wow, that's a good point, LG Gal. So now I can see why they would go downstairs, go back upstairs, go shit. Where did it go? But don't you think he would know that he would have lost it upstairs, though? Like if he was, maybe not. Maybe he tried looking and couldn't find it upstairs, and then went back down to the second bedroom, looked to see, couldn't find it. Yeah, this again, I gotta pause it. This is from January 5th. This is shit that was spun. This was me being sucked in to all the BS back then. So that's why I'm reminding you guys. I gotta pause it. That's why I'm reminding you guys. This is January 5th. So keep in mind, that's what I'm saying. Shit, it's because of what was being put out there, what was being spun. And just said, "Fuck it, I'm out," and then that's when she's seen him leave. That could be it too. I'm confused too, and we're all confused together. Not across the street. That Cam picked up the noise. Yeah, it was and when we learned about DM being upstairs too. I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit of this, and then I'm gonna go back to this PCA part here. Forensic downloads of records from BF and DM's phone and a video of a suspect video as described below leads investigators to believe the homicides occurred between 4 a.m. and 4:25 a.m. During the processing of the crime scene, investigators found a latent shoe print. This was located during the second processing of the crime scene by the ISP forensic team on the second one by first using a presumptive blood test and then amino-black, a protein stain that detects the presence of cellular material. The detective shoe print showed a diamond-shaped pattern similar to the pattern of Vans-type shoe sold just outside the door of DM's bedroom, located on second floor. This is consistent with DM's statement regarding the suspect's path of travel. As part of the investigation, an extensive search, commonly referred to in law enforcement as video canvass, was conducted in the area of the King Road residence. The video canvass was to obtain any footage from the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022 in the area of King Road residence and surrounding neighborhoods in an effort to locate the suspect or suspect vehicles traveling to or leaving from the King Road residence. I'm sure they had a bunch too. This video canvas resulted in the collection of numerous surveillance videos in the area from both residential and business addresses. I have reviewed numerous videos that were collected and have had conversations with the other MPD officers, ISP detectives, and FBI agents that are similarly reviewing footage that was obtained. A review of camera footage indicated that a white sedan, hereafter suspect vehicle 1, was observed traveling westbound in the 700 block of Indian Hills Drive in Moscow at approximately 3:26 and westbound on Steiner Avenue at Idaho State Highway 95 in Moscow at approximately 3:28. Steiner Avenue. Remember that? On this video, it appeared suspect vehicle 1 was not displaying a front license plate because they don't require you to in PA. A review of footage from multiple videos held Ohio, Indiana, none of them require you. States are starting to change that way now too. I don't know why. It doesn't make sense to me. You would think that a freaking license plate on the front would be a good idea, right? I mean, just saying. A review of footage from multiple videos obtained from the King Road neighborhood showed multiple sightings of suspect vehicle 1 starting at 3:29 a.m. and ending at 4:20 a.m. These sightings show suspect vehicle 1 makes an initial 3. This is not a members only. This is available to everybody. The other one was members only. This one's available for everybody. Based off of my experience as a patrol officer, this is a residential neighborhood with a very limited number of vehicles that travel in the area during the early morning hours. Upon review of the video, there are only a few cars that enter and exit this area during this time frame. Let me go to chat here real quick. Sorry, my StreamYard's bugging out on I use my phone for my feed usually, but it's been bugging out lately, so it's hard for me to keep up with the chat and the show at the same time here when it gets a little crazy like this. Thank you everybody for hanging out. And it was found next to me. Let's see, Punksy. Yeah, it had single DNA on the button. He was in a psychotic haze at that point, maybe. It's a good point. SRB, thank goodness, though, if that's how they, yeah. The shoe print, the DNA. No. And also, Punksy, this is another thing. The dude's cell phone was pinged like crazy. Okay, I gotta pause it again. January 5th, I was sucked into the MSMBS. I've been telling you guys that I was sucked into it for a few months and then I just couldn't take it no more and I had to keep questioning it. Shit. January 5th. All right, I'm going back to it. Him driving back by the property at 9 something in the frickin' morning. Mods, please don't time me out, okay? I apologize. I'm getting to it. We're back to it. I'm going on mute. just 5 hours after he committed the crime. It had him there. It had his cell phone pings matching their cell phone pings because he was obviously. Did you guys hear this? That the dude was freaking. He was up. He was up in freaking Pullman and Moscow in June. Did you hear that? Yeah, definitely tell your friends. Cassie, just wear my pink bands. No one will notice. They got death penalty. I don't know what kind of death penalty. Somebody look it up and tell me. Shit, that'd be interesting. Police dressed as garbage. Yes, yep, that was awesome too, wasn't it, Kid Kitty? They were. Yeah, they knew. They knew what was up. Sorry, buddy, you don't have the technology of Ted Bundy. You ain't making it as far. It's so crazy how they do this stuff. Both K and M are in the same twin bed per affidavit. Yes, LG Gal, one on top of the other, according to 4chan post by suspect. Allegedly, he said she tried to run. That's right, I did read that. That's right, LG. I think I have those too. Unless they're shut down. Let me look. No, that's the crime research survey. I think they took those down. Justice. That sounds like he took those parts and comments into. I mean, it was pretty interesting. In 2009, the firings was removed. He took those, especially for this case, LG. What the hell? Whoops, I didn't mean to throw that up there. Cherry, when you're trying to go to my knowledge of the area and review the camera footage in the neighborhood that does not show suspect vehicle 1 during the time frame. I believe that suspect vehicle 1 likely exited the neighborhood at Palouse River Drive and Conestoga Drive. Palouse River Drive is at the southern edge of Moscow and proceeds into Whitman County, Washington. Eventually, the road leads to Pullman, Washington. Pullman, Washington is approximately 10 miles from Moscow, Idaho. Both Pullman and Moscow are small college towns, and people commonly travel back and forth between them. Let me get to chat real quick. Let's see. Guilty for sure. Gotta be. I mean, damn, they got the DNA. They got the DNA.
Oh my gosh. I can't. Oh.
Yeah.
Ah.
Just look up evil CJ.
Oh, this is horrible.
They pulled them off the internet. Yeah. That's what I was showing.
I'm sorry. I gotta mute my own self right there. This is horrible. Oh, please, no. Hold on. Let's skip ahead.
Under the impression BK was, yeah, I was
No.
too. You
No.
know, like you had. It's been a long time. Thanks for
All right,
being
let's
here.
get back to it, buddy.
All right, let me go to this next
All
part.
right, let's
here.
go.
Yep. And I will try and get to that here in a little bit, Cassie. That email stuff. Law enforcement officers provided video footage of suspect vehicle 1 to forensic
Right,
examiners with the Federal Bureau. I'm just going to say FBI from now on. That regularly utilized surveillance footage to identify the year, make, and model of an unknown vehicle that is observed by one or more cameras during the commission of a criminal offense. The forensic examiner has approximately 35 years law enforcement experience. With 12 years at the FBI, his specific training includes identifying unique characteristics of vehicles, and he uses a database that gives visual clues of vehicles across states to identify differences between vehicles. After reviewing the numerous observations of suspect vehicles,
Yeah, I'm gonna go. I gotta pause it. Like, Pam, I already learned this lesson like months ago because then I started to do my own homework instead of relying on MSM, and that's when I started to like go, yeah, I don't need to be listening to that shit no more. So, oh, yep, I'm sorry. Okay, hold on. I'm back to it. Hold on one second. Oh, no sound? All right, hold on. Let me refresh. 136. I don't know why it's been doing that. All right. Can you guys hear that? No shades. Let me know if you guys can hear this. I refreshed it real quick. Okay. I don't know why it does that. Sorry. No video sound again? It's muted still? What the heck? Hold on. Let me open up a new window then. 1 second. Because if it does that a couple times, then I just open up a new window. Let's see here. Library. All right. Let's see if this works. All right. Let me know if you can hear this. Sorry about that. I don't know what's up with YouTube. Suspect vehicle or
One, I'll
StreamYard,
just say
whichever.
sus
Vehicle was observed. Is there more than one? How's that? I think there's only one. I'm just going to say sus vehicle was observed on WSU surveillance cameras traveling north on Southeast Nevada Street at Northeast Stadium Way. At approximately 2:53 a.m., a white sedan, which is consistent with the description of the white Elantra known as sus
Okay.
vehicle, was observed traveling southeast
I don't know
on
what's
Nevada
up with it.
Street in Pullman, Washington, towards SR 270. SR 270 connects Pullman, Washington to Moscow, Idaho. This camera footage from Pullman, Washington was provided to the same FBI forensic examiner. The forensic examiner identified the vehicle observed in Pullman, Washington as being a 2014 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra. Let me go to chat again.
If you join the group, then go to the search on the page. You can type inside looking, and it brings up the post. Oh, okay, nice. Let's see. There's still something not right. I know, Kid. I know, Christy. Thank you, Kib Kitty. I know. It is weird. The 8 hours don't. That's the biggest thing to me is 8 hours. So our phones can hear, see, and do a lot. I wouldn't surprise me if Ellie could somehow pull up evidence of the actual crime if he had his phone on him. My conspiracy theory, anyway. Big brother. Me too, for sure. He's not as smart as he tried. I definitely. I mean, it. Even the people that go to the school are like, yeah, you got to be smart to get in here. But who says he's not? You know, he could be book smart as shit. It's just the common sense. All right, we'll keep reading here. At approximately 5:25 a.m., a white sedan, which was consistent with the description of suspect vehicle 1, was observed on 5 cameras in Pullman, Washington, and on WSU campus cameras. The first camera that recorded the white sedan was located at 1300 Johnson Road in Pullman. The white sedan observed traveling northbound on Johnson Road. Johnson Road leads directly back to West Palouse River Drive in Moscow, which intersects with Conestoga Drive. The white sedan was then observed turning north on Bishop Boulevard and northwest on SR 270. At approximately 5:27 a.m., the white Elantra was observed on cameras traveling northbound on Stadium Way at Nevada Street. Stadium Way at okay, hold on. The white Elantra was observed on cameras traveling northbound on Stadium Way at Nevada Street, Stadium Way at Grimes Way, Stadium Drive at Wilson Road, and Stadium Way at Cougar Way. That's a lot of fucking footage. What is this? I can't even tell what that is. Those are all the. I can't even tell what that is. Showing white Elantra's path. Oh no, it's hard for me to see on that. Leaving WSU campus. I mean, geez, yeah. Huh. That's weird. So, like, how like, I'm ready to be exonerated. Why was he in such a rush to come out here then? If this is, I mean, they got videos or. Shit. This ain't my backyard. What are you talking about? I've never been over this way. Ooh. I can imagine how cold it is. Let's see. The vehicle was registered to Brian Koberger. Hereafter, Koberger, residing Pullman, Washington, is approximately 3/4 of a mile from the intersection of Stadium Way and Cougar Way. The same day at approximately 12:58 a.m., WSU officer Chris Whitman was looking for white Hyundai Elantras and located 2015 white Hyundai Elantra in the Pullman in the parking lot. This is an apartment complex that houses WSU students. Well, we were right too. It was a student, a jealous student. It just they didn't go to Idaho. They went to fucking Washington State. We were close. Whitman also ran the car and it returned to Koberger with a Washington tag. I reviewed Koberger's Washington State driver's license information and photograph. This license indicates that Koberger is a white male with a height of 6 foot and weighs 185. Additionally, the photograph of Koberger shows that he has bushy eyebrows. Koberger's physical description is consistent with the description of the male DM saw inside the King Rung residence. Further investigation, including a review of Latah County Sheriff's Deputy Duke's body cam and reports, showed that on August 21st, 2022, Brian Koberger was detained as part of a traffic stop that occurred in Moscow, Idaho, by CPL Duke. At the time, Koberger, who was the sole occupant, was driving a 2015 Hyundai Elantra with Pennsylvania plate blank, which was set to expire on November 30th, 2022. During the stop, which was recorded via a law enforcement body camera, Koberger provided his phone number as blank 8458, hereafter 8458 phone, as his cellular telephone number. Investigators conducted electronic database queries and learned that the 8458 phone is a number issued by AT&T. He probably thinks with his book smarts that he will be able to yeah, seriously. This is hey everybody, if you're just joining, this is me from January 5th doing the live read through of the PCA. That's why I'm not like on the screen. This is the past show, episode 68 from January 5th. So we're just kind of like rewatching some of this stuff this evening. And keep in mind, this is me when I was sucked into that BS. But still, when like we watched the press conference when BK was arrested, December 30th, 2022. We watched that before we started getting into this, and it just back then you're just like, huh? So this is the old me talking. If it's the current me, I'm hitting pause. And again, let me know. There's sometimes I guess the audio's going out on this thing, so let me know if you guys if it does it again. I appreciate it. Still thinking he's smarter than everybody. It's like you got to learn to walk before you can chew gum. I don't think he thought they had anything, or he was like, well, fuck it, I'm done. I may as well go back. Because he knew this shit was going to get released, as soon as possible if he did. So then everybody's going to be like, ooh. Hope they found those shoes they needed for bloody shoe prints at his apartment, just being a smart ass. Good night, everybody. If you're going to bed. He's a weak, pathetic little man, in my opinion, a coward. Yeah. That's right, McPoppin. That's right.
Crack me up.
It does go a long way, don't it?
Coming in. Thank you.
But you notice some things you missed.
See,
too.
what page are we on? We're on page 11. Wow, we went through this a lot quicker than I thought. That's cool, though. There are some other stuff I need to check out here. Prior to this time, the 2015 white Elantra was registered in Pennsylvania, which does not require a front license plate to be displayed. This was learned through communications with a Pennsylvania officer who is currently certified in the state of Pennsylvania. Based on my own experience, you think that you would want a plate on your front nowadays, every state, with all the at this point, and I'm pausing it again. At this point, I was working about fifth StreamYard. Okay, there you go.
At this point, I was working about 15 hours a week more than I am right now. So I really had no time to do any kind of research or digging on my own. And that's why I was relying on MSM back then, because I didn't have really any time to be able to do that. But once I started to get some time to do it where I could do my own research, that's when I started to really be like, okay. Because back then I was questioning, but I wasn't really talking. And then when I started doing my own homework, that's when I'm like, yeah, no, no, I'm going to speak up. Kidnappings and thing that takes place. What if you saw a kidnapping taking place and there was no freaking license plate on the front? That's what I think about. What if you saw something, yet there was no license plate to help out? Investigators believe that Koberger is still driving the 2015 white Hyundai Elantra because his vehicle was captured on December 13th, 2022 by a license plate reader in Loma, Colorado. Koberger's Elantra was then queried December 15th, 2022 by law enforcement in Hancock County, Indiana. On December. Yeah, that's another thing. Why did they drive 2 hours? When you're driving the quickest route to get from Pullman, Washington to where they went in PA was 37 to 38 hours. And you're going to go 2 hours out of your way on that long of a trip? That's what don't make sense either. And on December 16th, at approximately 2:26 p.m., surveillance video showed Koberger's Elantra in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. The sole occupant of the vehicle was a white male whose description was consistent with Koberger. Koberger has family in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. Based on information provided on the WSU website, Koberger is currently a PhD student in criminology at Washington State University. Pursuant to records provided by a member of the interview panel for Pullman Police Department, we learned that Koberger's past education included undergraduate degrees in psychology and cloud-based forensics. These records also show Koberger wrote an essay when he applied for an internship with the Pullman Police Department in the fall of 2022. Koberger wrote in his essay he had an interest in assisting rural law enforcement agencies with how to better collect and analyze technological data in public safety operations. Koberger also posted a Reddit survey, which can be found by an open source internet search. The survey asked for participants to provide information to understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision making when committing a crime. As part of this investigation, law enforcement obtained search warrants to determine cellular devices that utilize cellular towers in close proximity to the King Road residence. On November 13th, between the hours of 3 a.m. and 5 a.m., after determining that Koberger was associated to both the 2015 Elantra and the 8458 phone, investigators reviewed these search warrant returns. A query of the 8458 phone and these returns did not show the 8458 phone utilizing cellular tower resources in close proximity to the King Road residence between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. Based on my training, experience, and conversations with law enforcement officers that specialize in the utilization of cellular telephone records as part of investigations, individuals can either leave their cellular telephone at a different location before committing a crime or turn their cell phone off prior to going to a location to commit a crime. This is done by subjects in an effort to avoid alerting law enforcement that a cellular device associated with them was in a particular area when a crime is committed. I also know that on numerous occasions, subjects will surveil an area where they intend to commit a crime prior to the date of the crime. Depending on the circumstances, this could be done by a few days before or for several months prior to the commission of the crime. During these types of surveillance, it is possible that an individual would not leave their cellular telephone at a separate location or turn it off since they did not plan to commit the offense on that particular day. So just be, I mean, they're telling you right there. I thought I could see a possible Vance type shoe in the evidence bins, but it was a tad blurry. Crime Talk read affidavit, nothing blocked out. He even read platinum. Yeah. I don't want to give out that personal. I'll leave that up for him. Cherry, thank you. I did save Crime Talk's video. Mama Bear, thanks for being here, everybody. Please hit that like if you haven't. Tell your friends. Mama, were you sick? Hope you feel better. Thank you, Mons. I'm not sure what a mod does. Well, I got my Mighty Mons. And then I got me a Baptismo that lets the mods be able to chat more freely with everybody in the chat because they don't have to worry about posting my stuff. I got Baptismo to do that for me. But everybody else likes to throw up the likes and the stuff like that, and I do appreciate those too. Yeah, I'm glad you're feeling better, Mama Bear. Yeah, I appreciate you being here. Thanks for hanging out. And if you got something for me, there's the info. So BK applied for a job with the police. Yeah, he applied for an internship. Isn't that interesting? Applied for an internship. Oh, LG, I tried doing, I don't know if you're a sports fan, but I tried doing sports on Christmas and my shit got shut down. I miss sports. I like to mix it up though. But man, it's been a lot of true crime lately just because of all this Idaho stuff. He planned this for months. He had to. Mighty Mods. Yeah. I'm going to call you all Mighty Mods. Yeah, Baptismo is cool, isn't he? Seriously, though. That's why I was like, you know what? Because I've had Baptismo since I was streaming on Twitch, and I used it on Twitch, but I never used it on YouTube. Eventually, I'm going to I have Lightstream that I have for like overlays and stuff on Twitch. So if people do stuff, it does shit on the screen and stuff. When I have some time, hopefully this weekend, when I have some time, I hope to try and figure out how I can link my YouTube stream up to that. So when people subscribe, send a Cash App, different things like that, it'll show animations on the screen. I just got to have the time to research it and tweak with it and see how I can get it to work. But I wanted to make sure I at least took some time to set up my Baptismo timers so that way you guys didn't have to focus so much on trying to throw links out there. You guys could, even have your own conversations going on while we're doing this stuff too. That's cool. I appreciate it. That's why you guys are so welcoming to everybody that comes in here, and let's just glorify that. So let's have Baptismo do that, do the other stuff. Let me see here. On December 23rd, 2022, I applied for and was granted a search warrant for historical phone records between November 12th, 2012 at 2 a.m. and November 14th at 12 a.m. for the 8458 phone held by the phone provider AT&T approximately 24 hours preceding following the times of the homicides. Let me see here. On December 23rd, 2022, pursuant to the search warrant, I received records for the 8458 phone from AT&T. These records indicated that the 8458 phone is subscribed to Brian Koberger at an address in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, and that the account has been open since June 23rd, 2022. So he just got the phone before he went out there. The records also include historical cell site location information for the 8458 phone. After receiving this information, I consulted with an FBI special agent, SA, that is certified as a member of the Cellular Analysis Survey Team, CAST. Members of CAST are certified with the FBI to provide expert testimony in the field of historical CSLI and are required to pass extensive training that includes both written and practical examinations prior to be certified with CAST, as well as the completion of yearly certification requirements. I need a drink of coffee. Additionally, the FBI CAST essay that I consulted with has over 15 years of federal law enforcement experience, which includes 6 years with the FBI. From information provided by CAST, I was able to determine estimated locations for the 8458 phone from November 12th, 2022 to November 3rd, 2022, the time period authorized by the court. On November 3rd, 2022, at approximately 2:42 a.m., the 8458 phone was utilizing cellular resources that provide coverage to blank Northeast and Pullman, Washington, hereafter the Koberger residence. At approximately 2:47 a.m., the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources that provide coverage southeast of the Koberger residence, consistent with the 8458 phone leaving the Koberger residence and traveling south through Pullman, Washington. This is consistent with the movement of the white Elantra. At approximately 2:48 a.m., the 8458 phone stops reporting to the network. At 2:47 a.m., which is consistent with either the phone being in an area without cell phone coverage, the connection to the network is disabled, such as putting the phone in airplane mode, or that the phone is turned off. The 8458 phone does not report to the network again until approximately 4:48 a.m. So he was thinking, if I shut my phone off, I'll be fine. But yeah, the phone's going to ping leading up to where you shut it off, at which time it utilized cellular resources that provide coverage to ID State Highway 95 south of Moscow, Idaho, near Blaine, Idaho, north of Genesee. Between 4:50 a.m. and 5:26 a.m., the phone utilizes cellular resources that are consistent with the 8458 phone traveling south on Idaho State Highway 95 to Genesee, Idaho, then traveling west towards Uniontown, Idaho, then north back into Pullman, Washington. At approximately 5:30 a.m., the 8458 phone is utilizing resources that provide coverage to Pullman, Washington, and consistent with the phone traveling back to the Koberger residence. The 8458 phone's movements are consistent with movements of the white Elantra that is observed traveling north on Stadium Drive at approximately 5:27 a.m. Based on a review of the 8458's phone estimated locations and travel, the 8458's phone's travel is consistent with that of the white Elantra. Let me go to chat real quick. Sorry about that. I love this group too. Thank you, SRB. And thank you guys for being the way you guys are. Seriously. If it wasn't for you guys, you know what I mean? Just don't spread yourself too. So you have a strong following and you're whatever that happens. Thank you. Hey Lucia, how you doing? ATS, how you doing? Sorry I'm getting to chat late here. Bam, bam, bam. They were able to track his almost every move that night, and they got video surveillance to back it up. You can't beat that. Garagos defense attorney says defense can find a crack in cell phone pings sample. His phone pings all those important times, but when murders happen, because it said that it's consistent with him shutting the phone off before he goes, and then after he leaves is what they're saying. What the technical jumbo there? What is it? Cellular. Whatever that thing is called, utilizes cellular resources that are consistent. So it's not saying it's for sure, but they got the pings, they got the car on video, same car. What does this say? I know this is crazy, Cassie. It is drama 3. Thank you, ATS. Still a chance for there is. I mean, who knows? You know what I'm saying? Who knows what's gonna be able to go? But like everybody was saying, that judge looks like she's not about messing around whatsoever. You know. Now this says. Okay, this is what's interesting here. Further review indicated that the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources on November 13th, 2022 that are consistent with the 8458 phone leaving the area of the Koberger residence at approximately 9 a.m. and traveling to Moscow, Idaho. Specifically, the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources that would provide coverage to the King Road residence between 9:12 and 9:21 a.m. The 8458 phone next utilized cellular resources that are consistent with the 8458 phone traveling back to the area of the Koberger residence and arriving to the area at approximately 9:32. So he took a little drive by the property to see if the cops had been called or not. Below is a depiction, not to scale, of the possible route taken based off of the cellular locations. So instead of doing the straight shot, wow, that seems like a really long way to go back home if you committed that seems like a long way to go back home, unless this is all like what, county roads or something? Didn't want to get pulled over on the highway, so it's all like county roads, maybe? Yes, that Watts case was the shit. Seriously. Investigators found that the 8458 phone did connect to a cell phone tower that provides service to Moscow on November 14th, 2022. But investigators do not believe the 8458 phone was in Moscow on that date. The 8458 phone has not connected to any towers that provide service to Moscow since that date. So they never came back to the area. Based on my training experience and the facts of the investigation thus far, I believe that Koberger, the user of the 8458 phone, was likely the driver of the white Elantra that is observed departing Pullman, Washington, and that this vehicle is likely suspect vehicle 1. Additionally, the route of travel of the 8458 phone during the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022, and the lack of the 8458 phone reporting to AT&T between 2:47 a.m. and 4:48 a.m. is consistent with Koberger attempting to conceal his location during the quadruple homicide that occurred at the King Road residence. We got 2 more pages and that's it, everybody. We're almost done. On December 23rd, I was granted a search warrant for Koberger's historical CSLI from June 23rd, 2022 to current prospective location information and pen register trap and trace on the 8458 phone to aid in efforts to determine if Koberger stalked any of the victims in this case prior to the offense, conducted surveillance on the King Road residence, was in contact with any of the victims' associates before or after the alleged offense, any locations that may contain evidence of the murders that occurred on November 13th, 2022, the location of the white Elantra registered to Koberger, as well as the location of Koberger. On December 23rd, 2022, pursuant to that search warrant, I received historical records for the 8458 phone from AT&T from the time the account was opened in June 2022, right before he left. After consulting with Cast SA, I was able to determine estimated locations for the 8458 phone from June 2022 to present, the time period authorized by the court. The records for the 8458 phone show the 8458 phone utilizing cellular resources that provide coverage to the area of 1122 King Road on at least 12 occasions prior to November 13th, 2022. All of these locations, except for one, occurred in the late evening and early morning hours of their respective days. Man, it sure sounds like they got a lot, man. One of these occasions on August 21st, I'm just wondering this whole 8 hours thing from DM, and then you're on the same floor? Something's weird. One of these locations on August 21st, 2022, the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources, providing coverage to the King Road residents from approximately 10:34 p.m. to 11:35 p.m. At approximately 11:37 p.m., Koberger was stopped by Latah County Sheriff's Deputy CPL Duke. As mentioned above, the 8458 phone was, and I even have my glasses on, damn. The 8548 phone was utilizing cellular resources consistent with the location of the traffic stop during this time. Farm Road, and Pullman Avenue. Oh my God, my words are like mushing together now. Further analysis of the cellular data provided showed the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources on November 13th, 2022, consistent with the phone traveling from Pullman, Washington to Lewiston, Idaho via U.S. Highway 195. At approximately 12:36 p.m., the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources that would provide coverage to Kate's Cup of Joe coffee stand, located at 810 Port Drive, Clarkston, Washington. Surveillance footage from the U.S. Chef Store, located at 820 Port Drive in Clarkston, Washington, and adjacent to Kate's Cup of Joe, showed a white Elantra consistent with suspect vehicle 1 drive past Kate's Cup of Joe at a time consistent with the cellular data from the 8548 phone. I need to come up with like a CJ version of this. Cut the fat off. Holy crap. All right, let me go back to chat real quick, and then we'll get this thing finished up here. He's a stalker. Yeah. They do deserve justice. Kaylee was right. She had a stalker. Yeah. I mean, that's what it sounded like, isn't it? Still no. Again, this is information from back then. Yeah, for sure. And no change. Let me know exactly where You want me to back up? I'm going to let this thing play through, and then if you want to hop up for a second, you're more than welcome. I'm going to end the show in about, let me pause this real quick. I'm going to end the show in about 25, and this will be done in about 10. So if you want to hop up, if you got time here in about 10, no chains, if you want to discuss that part, let's do it. I had to go, shoot, I'm a night owl, and then I had to go into work an hour earlier today, so that threw me all. Thank you to everybody. I really appreciate you guys, because I wouldn't have been able to do the show prep today, and you guys did that for me today, and I really appreciate that. Seriously, it allowed me to not have to run around with the chicken head cut off kind of shit. I was able to get everything done, and I probably had like maybe 6 minutes to spare. So I seriously appreciate you. It sounds like the whole house did. Yeah. And I don't think so either. Who knows? But I don't know. What are they hiding in that 911 call? What are they hiding there? Dude got too close for comfort there. He's the stalker. I mean, it's got to be. It. Oh my gosh. I keep saying that the stalker thing was something to focus on and it wasn't a red herring, but no one listened to me. I know. It's like I'm out on a limb, ATS, feeling that this was the dude's first one still. I mean, it's the whole jealous student thing, but I just got the wrong college. And he wasn't riding a bike. I would have. It's true though. It's true. Like sometimes we're out on our own little limb. For sure, Ellie has more. This, in my opinion, is enough. It has to be, right, LG? We love you too, Phantom. Thank you. It's got to be, right, LG? I know. I can't wait for it either. I have a feeling it's connected to the 8-hour thing. Maybe LG. What do you think? Is that why it's not getting released? It's connected to the 8-hour freaking time period until somebody was called, and then friends were called first. I don't know. And then, like, this is what I don't understand. You have LE saying that it was a 2011 to 2013. They have people inside LE stating it was from 2011 to 2016. What if this dude that was searching white Hyundai Elantras at Washington was only looking for a 2011 to 2013? He would have skipped right over it, maybe. That's what I don't understand. Why not just say 2011 to 2016? It's one thing I noticed in this affidavit. I'm like, what? At approximately 12:46 p.m., the 8458 phone then utilized cellular data in the area of Albertsons grocery store. What's up, Albertsons? At 400 Bridge Street in Clarkston, Washington. Surveillance footage obtained from the Albertsons showed Koberger exit the white Elantra consistent with suspect vehicle 1 at approximately 12:49 p.m. Interior surveillance cameras showed Koberger walk through the store, purchase unknown items at the checkout, and leave approximately at 1:04 p.m. Koberger's possible path of travel is depicted below. It's hard to see. This shit's hard to see for me. $100 LG. Hell, that the first couple pages I'm like, what? That's why I had to ask you guys. I'm like, are you guys serious? Her room was on the second floor? It just seemed Albertson. Yeah, something's off. Something is definitely off, and it's probably going to be hard for us to even find out what's up until the trial, and who knows when the trial is going to be, you know? Okay, so it says additional analysis of the records for the 8458 phone indicated that between approximately 5:32 p.m. and 5:36 p.m., the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources that provide coverage to Johnson, Idaho. The 8458 phone then stops reporting to the network from approximately 5:36 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. What? That is consistent with the 8458 phone being the area that the 8458 phone traveled in the hours immediately following the suspected time the homicides occurred. Huh. So on December 27th, Pennsylvania agents recovered the trash from the Koberger family residence located in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. That evidence was sent to the Idaho State Lab for testing. On December 28th, 2022, the Idaho State Lab reported that a DNA profile obtained from the trash and the DNA profile obtained from the sheath identified a male as not being excluded as the biological father of suspect profile. At least 99.9998% of the male population would be expected to be excluded from the possibility of being the suspect's biological father. Based on the information, I'm requesting an arrest warrant be issued. 94 for burglary at the residence, 4 counts of murder. I declare under penalty and perjury pursuant to the law of the state of Idaho that the foregoing is true and correct. Wow. Wow. Thank you for that. That was quite a read. That was like a 2.5 hour read there. Wow. No chains. If you want to hop up, go ahead. A lot of information. I'm surprised they went in that depth with it, actually. That's quite a bit.
I'm like, something's off. Something's off. January 5th, man.
Okay. Affidavit, first court appearance, Koberger court appearance.
Thank you all for hanging out.
Colvey's attorney.
Appreciate you.
Okay. Let me take a look at these real quick. I found this. This is from Liam's mama. It was a lot. I mean, geez, but wow, what a read, you know? DM froze when she saw him, and I bet she crawled up into a bond closet until she could. I know, that's a long time, kitty.
What's up?
Hello.
What's up? What
I
part
wanted
did you
to
want me to go?
know if you can go back to where he got pulled over.
Okay, let me see here.
Let me see. I'll just bring the PCA up itself instead of going through this video. Hold on. There we go. All right. What page do you know? Let me see here.
No, I was gonna have you do a timestamp.
Oh, on my video? Oh, okay. Hold on.
I know it said Duke pulled him over, right?
Oh, I was freaking getting everything set up in the background there for that part. Let me see here. Let me go back to it. I think it was two.
Chat,
I
help
think
him
it
out.
was 212. I think. Let me see. In my opinion, is enough. It has to be, right, LG? I think it was like 212, maybe. We love you too, Phantom. Thank you. It's got to be, right, LG? So this is on the utilized cellular data. So this is before that, then, I think. Let's see, surveillance. Joe's cup of coffee. Okay, phone ping still.
Yeah, it was after phone pings.
Oh, after?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Well, let me skip ahead then. Let me see here.
Talked about
Albertsons.
the phone number, and it was verifiable because of the pullover with Duke.
Let's see, Koberger. 214, 215.
Is chat trying to help you out?
No, I don't see it. Let me see. Because it had to be.
It was before the Albertsons.
Talks about the sheath. All right, here's the Albertsons. Let me just back up from the Albertsons a little bit.
Before
212. I'm thinking
Who
212.
knows? But I don't know.
We'll just play it here.
What are they hiding in that 911 call? What are they hiding there? Dude got too close for comfort there. He's the stalker. I mean, it's got to be.
You know what I'm saying? It's this shit's funny as hell. I'm
Oh
just
my
like, damn,
gosh.
I am so sucked into this shit.
I keep
right?
saying that the stalker thing was something to focus on and it wasn't a red herring, but no one listened.
Right?
I know. It's like I'm out on a limb, ATS, feeling that this was the dude's first one still.
Hold on. Oh, that MSM. Oh,
I mean, it's the whole jealous.
It's like, I'm gonna be taking a shower when I get done with this show. I just
student thing, but I just got the wrong college.
I gotta clean. I gotta clean it off.
I would have. It's true though.
I gotta clean it off.
It's true. Like sometimes we're out on our own little limb. For sure, Ellie has more. This, in my opinion, is enough. It has to be, right, LG?
I mean, it has
too,
to
Phantom.
be.
Thank you.
It is a PCA.
It's got to be, right,
It's supposed
LG?
to be all true.
I know. I can't wait for it either. I have a feeling it's connected to the 8-hour thing. Maybe LG. What do you think? Is that why it's not getting released? It's connected to the 8-hour freaking time period until somebody was called, and then friends were called first.
We did say multiple people were on that 911
I don't
call.
know. And then like
hold on.
this is what I don't understand. You have LE.
Go ahead. Sorry. It was probably cutting you off. That wasn't me talking. That's the show talking. So go ahead. Say what you were saying. No chains. I apologize.
I was just repeating about the 911 on Fry stating that there were multiple people on that call.
Man, it was interesting going through these old episodes tonight.
Yeah,
For
it
sure.
shows you how easy mainstream media can get you sucked in on a narrative.
Uh-huh. Yeah, because I mean, hell, you heard I was thanking people for sending me links because I had like 6 in it, and that allowed me to have 6 minutes until I started the show. Seriously, that's
But it's
when
good.
huh?
It's good that you're going back and you can see this, and you're like, "Whoa!" Now
Yeah.
I got that critical thinking going.
Oh
So
no, I've been saying it. I've been saying it that I admitted for the whole time that I was sucked into it because I didn't have the time to do any kind of homework myself, you know. And once I started to have the time, like a month and a
But
half
look, you've
later,
got this beautiful chat, and you got people like
yeah,
myself that are helping you along, huh?
that's right. Then I'm like, yeah, let's talk about this.
The light bulbs keep going on.
Yeah, shit don't make sense and it needs to be talked about, even if you
Exactly.
get ridiculed. Hopefully we find it here because I mean I still got time, but we're at 2:13, so it's got to come up in the next couple minutes. If not, it's before the 2:12 mark. He's saying that it was a
I'm
2000 and if you
just
guys
asking because
if you know what
I want to
page
know
it,
what day that was, if it stated it.
let me look at the here. Let me look at this. Let me see what page it's on, and then we can go back to the video. Page 8. Right here, I think it is. No, that's when they asked to be on the lookout. So they carried the Elantra. Here, let me turn this music on.
12:50.
They carried the Elantra. Okay. Right here. Okay, so it's page 11.
Mm-hmm.
Further investigation, including a review of Latah County Sheriff Deputy CPL Duke's body cam and reports, showed that on August 21st, 2022, BK was detained as part of a traffic stop that occurred in Moscow, Idaho by CPL Duke.
Moscow.
I've heard Moscow.
I
But
thought
it's
it
whatever.
was pulled over on
Tomato.
the 21st in Pullman.
Tomato. It says, yeah, I don't know. This says that occurred in Moscow. At the time, BK, who was the sole occupant, was driving a white. This was August 21st, was driving a white 2015 Hyundai Elantra with Pennsylvania plate, which was set to expire November 30th. During the stop, which was recorded, he provided his phone number as 8458.
No, he did not. That's not what we saw on the body cam.
I didn't think we seen that body cam.
On the 21st, when he was pulled over by the female officer?
No, I thought that was September.
No, that was August.
That was it. Was it? I thought that was in Pullman. Wasn't it?
The Duke
No?
Duke is in Pullman. There's no Duke in Moscow. There's no officer by the name of Duke in Moscow.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying Pullman.
You just read Moscow.
Yeah, because it says Moscow. Right there.
We watched the body cam in August.
And I thought it was in September. It was in
So,
August?
correct me if I'm wrong, chat. Was it not in August? August 21st? And that was the female officer that pulled him over. And it's the same officer that pulled Enan over.
Son of a bitch.
And I know she did not ask for his phone number. She asked for his registration and the insurance. And
Right.
he handed it over.
Yeah. It
To the
was
car. She
asked a
did
bunch of
not.
questions. There was
didn't-
no. Yeah.
Mhm. She didn't run his driver's license either.
Wait a minute. I'm confused too. I think that needs to be a damn show. Corporal Duke, Moscow, or Pullman.
If I'm wrong, correct me, people, but I believe Duke was over in Pullman. And I've looked at Moscow's roster of employees, and there is no Duke.
You want to.
Oh, here we go.
You want to join me sometime after Monday? Because the next couple days it's going to be, I'm not sure what's going on yet. So it's all open. But whether it's during the day on a weekday or even an evening, because I'll be doing some evening shows as well for the people that are used to me normally being on during the night also. Let me know if you would like to sit down and do a show about that upcoming this week, where it's like Corporal Duke, Moscow, or Pullman. Like,
I'll dig more into it to find out all the
which is it?
information.
Yeah, which is it? That's freaking nuts. Good eye, good catch. You do so amazing in the community. I appreciate you.
Thank you. I'm attention for that detail. I'm
Right,
constantly looking for that.
right.
The discrepancies are just so big in this.
I didn't think we saw the August. I didn't think we saw the August.
Well, I'll
I
dig
thought it
more
was
into it.
September, right? Wasn't it September? Thank you for this
Those
super
two
chat.
that we saw for September would have been for Xana and Kaylee. It would have been.
Yeah, we need to. Yeah, I need to get these body cams and all the.
We
Yeah,
can talk about all those. That would be great.
yeah, we need to do that. Yeah, let me know whenever it is you'd be available, weekday or weeknight, and hit
Sure
me up
will.
in the email and we'll get it together. Because I'm gonna, man. Yeah, good eye, man. Good
Yeah.
catch. I appreciate you so much.
Thank you. I'll go on ahead, jump on
Yeah.
down.
Yeah,
Good night,
thank you.
everybody. Y'all be
Good
safe out
night.
there.
You too.
Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you. And thank you for sharing that too. Thanks for having me go back. Amazing lady. Thank you so much. Wow. I appreciate it. Yeah. I'll give you guys an update. I'll put out a community post or something. And like I said, when I do my traveling, I might be doing it like overnight or something because of the heat. So I think it might be safer to do the driving overnight. And yeah, I appreciate it. Got the vehicle fixed. We still need to do some stuff on it, and so that's one of the reasons for the trip is to get that all squared away so we can get that, get it knocked out. So I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you for your company, your conversation, just hanging out with me tonight and watching these old episodes. I appreciate it. And I'm back for a minute. Oh, do you want to come back up? Here. Oh, excuse me. And yeah, we'll get Bautismo working. Don't worry about it. But yeah, man, that's crazy.
Corporal Duncan, Moscow, or Pullman? Crazy stuff. Wow. Yeah, thank you so much. All right, everybody, I'm going to go ahead and end the show. Like I said, I'll keep you all updated. Thank you for your support. I appreciate you. And I definitely will be doing some streams here and there as I'm making the trip just to say what's up. And if you guys want to hang out and conversate, I'll only be able to do it from mobile. So I won't be able to screen share anything, and I'll just be chit-chatting and hanging out. So we can still talk about stuff. You know what I mean? We can still talk about stuff. I just can't screen share. So, all right, everybody. Thank you so much. I appreciate all you guys. Oh man, I can't wait to get on this next show. Start talking some more. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Please be safe. Have a peaceful, positive evening, and I'll catch you the next time I'm able to catch you. Good night.